summarizes what we have received as status reports by each group, and thinking, of course, about the second steps, looking at the conference itself when we conclude the period, the working period of the groups that were approved for the 2022-2023 biennial period. In terms of the overall progress, we can see that out of the total number of activities that were scheduled for the 2022-2023, and we outlined each one of the steps for each working group, 45% of activities, practically half of them, have already been completed 100%. And this percentage increases to approximately 55% if we take into consideration those that have been completed up to 80%. So we have achieved good progress, and we view that we see that the working groups will conclude their work successfully by the beginning of the conference in September. And most of the products are under development. Most of the products under development are mostly documents with recommendations and guidelines, including a technological tool and another one which is a website. And we will look at this in detail during the morning. The groups, in addition to this brief progress report, that is already available in the web page, and there you can have a look in detail at what each group has put forward. This group, these progress reports have been sent as a draft of the final product. And these drafts will be shared with the advisory group on gender mainstreaming in order to guide the inclusion of this perspective. That enables us to look at the progress reports by the Secretariat, and will be able to provide any support that may be needed. In this case, I must say that not all the groups have provided the final draft. This is something that we will be insisting both today and tomorrow. We'll be insisting on that so that you can share those drafts. Out of the 11 working groups, 4 have expressed interest in presenting their documents to the 12th Statistical Conference of the Americas. And this includes a regional code of good statistical practices that in its and its new version, and this is being dealt by the working group, which is working on the peer review process. But before we begin with the peer review process, the idea was to have an updated regional code to be used by the peer reviews. And the idea is that for the conference itself, we may have this proposal of regional code. So we also have a guideline for mainstreaming the gender perspective, also a document with recommendations for quality analysis of household surveys, and also recommendations for measuring perceptions in household surveys. Now, these documents that will be approved, as we have said on previous occasions, are the ones that are finally edited and translated by ECLAC, and we have certain specific requirements that they must meet. And it's important to take them into consideration. Basically, the idea is that the content must be aligned with the guidelines or recommendations that are relevant for each issue, and that content must have a maximum length of 20,000 words. So we had not established this limit in the previous biennial period, but in order to participate in this editing process and so on, we want to standardize products. And considering this maximum of 20,000 words, and this is something that has been discussed by the Secretariat and several working groups, the idea is that it is not necessary to summarize the whole work of the working group in this maximum 20,000 words. There may be a longer document with including the conceptual frameworks and so on, and not uh, and the idea is to have this document available as an additional document, but that which is submitted for approval and which relates directly to guidelines or recommendations must be limited to this maximum of 20,000 words. Now, considering the deadlines that we have worked with in terms of having a conference in November, that has meant that we have shortened this deadline for these documents that have to be approved. The deadline is therefore the 4th of August, primarily because these documents will be distributed to all member countries at a regional level so that they may be reviewed and thus allowing time for comments and observations, but with the idea that this be approved during the September meeting. Something that we also did in the previous biennial, and we will repeat during this period, is that in order to have a sufficient time for products to be produced by member countries and comments may be made and that these comments may be incorporated by working groups, that this would not give us time to edit and translate these 20,000 word documents. And therefore, we are asking the groups that will be submitting documents for approval, we are asking that they submit a brief summary, and that is what will be presented to the conference for approval. And therefore, all member countries will have been able to read the long documents, but the formality of the document of the conference is this summary that will enable us to have time to edit and translate this by early 2024, when we will publish the documents in both languages. For the documents that are not submitted for approval, the deadline would be September 15th, and that gives us a few days to determine whether there are any queries, doubts, and to change those documents into an adequate format. So we are establishing these deadlines, enabling us to work with these documents so that they may be ready on time for the conference, but without having to rush.
That is in terms of the working groups. And besides, we should initiate the call on new working groups. And the agenda is right here stated. Unfortunately, the audio is deficient. Perhaps if he speaks closer to the microphone, we can hear better. Thank you. In talking about the new working groups, unfortunately, we cannot hear the speaker. On June the 5th, the countries will be invited to submit product proposals. And then in July, the executive committee is to select the final list of proposal and will also request adjustments if necessary. So in August, the document is to be prepared and submitted for approval in September. It's important to bear in mind that some working groups are already building part of the process, but that has not been completed. And they're meeting with the proposal related to the code so that they may have the mechanism for the peer review. The proposal then for the next biennial will be that continuity. I'm afraid the audio is interrupted, so I cannot translate properly. I apologize. There we don't have the audio. Audio is interrupted.
Te perdemos, Javier, como que te vas alejando.
Para no alargarme más, el objetivo es aprovechar los plazos
The goal
para contar con los mejores productos disponibles.
is to have the better products possible, the best products possible. And I think that would be the end of the presentation.
Bueno, Javier,
Thank you.
muchas gracias.
Thank you, Javier.
Muy claro, más allá de que
Yes,
se
that
hayan
was
recibido
quite clear
comentarios
in even though the audio was very deficient, but still that was a very clear way to proceed in the next few months in our work. We now go into the first group in the list uh, of work for this morning.
Acá estamos.
There we are.
Bien. Decía, el primer grupo
The first group has to do with the mechanisms for peer review in Latin America and the Caribbean. This will be in the hands of the Colombian DANE. Pilar, you have the floor. Pilar Gomez, coordinator of the group for statistics from that country. Thank you. Good morning. I bring greetings and I thank you for the invitation to be here. I will immediately bring in the results of the work conducted in the peer review group. I will share my screen for that presentation. Can you see my screen? Indeed, very well. And we hear you loud and clear as well. Thank you. This presentation has to do with the working group on peer reviews. The main objective is to consolidate a regional peer review methodology that is institutionalized within the framework of the Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLAC. And here, there was important work conducted in terms of analysis of regional references, such as the Regional Code of Good Practices and international peer review methodologies such as Eurostat. Thus, we will be able to consolidate that regional methodology. As Javier well said, at first, and as a specific objective, we have the update of the Regional Code of Good Practices in statistics for the region. And this is the first step in order to consolidate our methodology. And the idea is to submit this update at the SCA for approval. Another specific objective is the construction of the methodological document and the necessary instruments to implement that peer review methodology. And equally important, we will have a pilot test so as to validate the methodology that we are preparing, and that will bring in opportunities for improvement so that we can have instruments that agree with our reality and also with the necessary technical preciseness. This is made up by Argentina, Belize, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia as coordinating country, Ecuador, Mexico, Paraguay, Peru, Dominican Republic, Canada, and the Netherlands. In this timeline, we see a summary of the work that has been developed. The first 6 points here have to do with the activities that have already been developed and that were part of the work done last year and for the current year. Number 7, 8, and 9 in blue basically bring the focus that we've had during the peer review period. So we already have a third proposal in the updating of the good practices code. And this is something that is already being consolidated to be submitted to SCA. We have also prepared the in-presence workshop in April. And we're also preparing the preliminary proposal for peer review methodology. And that had already been started with the capstone methodology with support of the academia. The first goal has to do with updating the good practices code for the region. And amongst the important landmarks, we can say that for our proposal, there's an increase in the number of principles within the code from 17 to 18. And why? Because we propose a new principle that has to do the use of secondary data sources. And there's also an adjustment of the wording of good practices. We are structuring its content as an action. We also have 105 good practices in the code, and of these, 21 are completely new. 3 have been deleted because it was seen that it's been updated, and we see that there are new good practices that can uh, answer to what they said, and 64 have been modified. Generally speaking, then, I will talk about each block from the code, and all blocks have been adjusted. In institutional environment and coordination, we have been noticing that there are 31 good practices with substantive modifications, conceptual modification for the sake of clarity and ease in the use. And we have from 40 to 49 good practices, and we added 10 good practices. And the strengthening in these updates come from the use of secondary sources in statistical legislation, and this strengthens the SCA, and that is quality insurance. That was work done by the last group in quality. So in this environment, we identified these elements. In statistical process, there were some modifications. And this is key because of the inclusion of the new principle of the use of secondary data sources. And here, the statistical process had changes in good practices. 10 good practices were modified, and we added 6 good practices. And here, in this block, in this update, we wanted to highlight the importance of the use of secondary sources of information as administrative records, which contribute to the production of statistical data, and they require the creation of good practices for its management. In statistical production, and this is the last block of the code, we have 5 principles that constitute this block. There are 5 new good practices, and 15 good practices were substantially modified. Here, the updates focus the good practices and the access to statistical information by users. We have also seen relevance on the production on statistical information about traditionally vulnerable and discriminated groups. Generally speaking, this is what we have in terms of regional code. As to the methodology on peer review, that's another pillar for that group. Our methodology we're working with aims at encouraging that NSO, as the national steward, will base its statistical guidelines based on the principles of official statistics and the regional code of good practices. And this shows that it's very important to update the regional code because that is one of the basic criteria for the development of the peer review methodology. This methodology has specific goals, and these are to meet the compliance of the regional code of good practices for the region, supporting the establishment of improvement plans for NSOs, and that through the exchange of experiences between countries and foreign experts. It's very important to highlight that the methodology is being worked under the scheme of communities. And that's important because through the community scheme, we will be able to count on the experience and knowledge of peers who will contribute to our statistical process, and we will also have a sustainable process whereby the countries that will be reviewed by their peers will contribute to funding the scheme, and we will then have continuity. So it's very important. Another key element is the improvement plans for NSOs. Thus, everything coming from the peer review will be able to be solved, and that will improve the amount of national statistical process. And finally, is the promotion of collaborative links that allow for the continuous improvement of statistical production in the countries. And this is all for the improvement.
Another key element is the workshop preparation. We did that in April for this in-person workshop. We already had a proposal of a regional code that we discussed with the participant countries. And it was very important to have this exchange of experiences in person. We did this at ECLAC, and this code proposals, well, some principles are still pending, but we are working on them already through online sessions. But anyway, we already generated some agreements, and we defined criteria to work with this code proposal. In this workshop, we also studied the peer review mechanism, and that implied generating team dynamics to review key elements of this peers methodology. We have to take into account that in this workshop, we defined group methodologies, group work methodologies. We presented all the material, and we held workshops to learn how to update the code through work group and also the peer review mechanism. To conclude, the next steps that we have in the peer review work are focused in concluding the review and adjustments of the final proposal of the codes. And this proposal, the idea is for it to have, in addition to good practices and principles, to have a glossary of terms that will help apply it in an adequate way, and also to create a framework defining how the updating process took place. Also, amongst the next steps, we have presenting this update to the Statistical Conference of the Americas. Amongst the next steps, we have the develop of the peer review pilot test and the adjustment of the methodological proposal for the peer review mechanism. The idea is that this work will continue since it is necessary to fine-tune some elements regarding the peer review mechanism. Thank you very much for your time, and we are attentive to any questions you might have. Thank you very much, Pilar. A very good presentation and right in time. So we open the floor now for a comment or question. If someone would like to say something, we have 1 minute. No, I see no hands, no comments on the chat. So we continue with the presentation of the next work group, which is the diagnosis on data stewardship in Latin America and the Caribbean. Argentina and Colombia, the coordinating countries, will be presenting. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mariano. I will share my screen. Hello, Camilo. We will be sharing about the updates in this group. Mariano, can you see well? Yes, perfectly well. Thank you. Well, I'll try to be brief, so we will be able to listen to each other, all of us. So we would like to speak about the update of this working group. This has been presented in previous meetings. We presented the survey in the countries, but I would like to go back to what we have been discussing, which is very much related with what we are trying to do in this work group, the data stewardship, the administration of data. We are not sure if administration or administration really corresponds to stewardship. But if we listen to all the presentation, to what we heard yesterday, and if we hear what our colleague from Daniel was saying, we are all speaking about data stewardship, not necessarily the term itself, but yes, the scope and dimension. So we have a need to start to think about this concept in holistic terms, in terms of an ecosystem. How do we think about that ecosystem, which is our role as NSOs? Yesterday, we discussed this. If we were the first paper to be presented in the UN on how to come close to data stewardship, all the dimensions mentioned there are related with what we said yesterday and what we are going to say today. Better governance, better data, better access, better methodologies, how to work with open data, georeferencing. Everything is included in data stewardship. What do we do here in our region? How do we manage to start defining what this means for us? And if we go back to everything that we have discussed here, our first step is administrative records. In order to begin to talk about data stewardship, we need administrative records. So what you can read there, this trying to define, and again, with a link that we have directly with what is happening in other regions in the UN. We have to try to say something about this, or how we adapt it to us, or how we include our asymmetries in that concept. This group is coordinated by INDEC Argentina and DANE Colombia, and now Camilo will take the floor shortly. And the group has worked with group meetings, also questionnaires, surveys, if you wish, for the region to try to understand in our countries. If you go to the previous meeting, we have graphs. We will present them again in the final meeting. And when we conclude the document we are working on, we're also working with ECLAC's Secretariat, thanks to Javier and Rocio. We're working on administrative records. Well, the group is formed by Bolivia, Chile, Costa Rica, Cuba, Paraguay. We did this survey and 16 countries of the region answered it very complete to at least half of the Spanish-speaking countries, an idea of what happens there. Now, thinking yesterday and today, well, maybe we haven't found the right word in Spanish, maybe it's not custodian, maybe it's not administration, but maybe we need an acronym like we like so much as statistician, or I don't know, we could call it TIDDS, which would be an incomplete translation of the term. So we have a play with that, and so instead of saying data stewardship, we could use an acronym. Well, anyway, to conclude this part of the presentation, and I hope you can read well, most of our activities are about to conclude or have concluded. We have to conclude the final document, as Javier said, to have that summary, and then to submit the complete document for submitted for approval. We will make the circulate amongst the countries of the group. We will hold a final meeting, and what is still pending, and maybe we'll have time, is to hold some kind of seminar or like to continue to make progress. The rest of the activities, such as the preparation of questionnaires, that has already been done. The notes are included in the final document, preparing the report, access to administrative data and sources, and a seminar and the preparation or publication of the final document. Camilo, I hope I didn't take too much time from you. As mentioned by Nicolas, there are some elements that are still pending in this work group, particularly that component where we have received support from the Division of Statistics of ECLAC that allows us for greater access to administrative records. And also we've been able to consult with the member countries. One of the important elements is related to the changes of the products and the processes. The discussion has changed globally, and we know more amongst the member and coordinating country, have learned more. We understand better data stewardship, focusing in the importance of administrative records at a global level, and you can identify, you will be able to identify that in the summary document. We have to work on this also in the Economic Commission of Europe that also works with data stewardship, and we find some differences between what we understand, or I mean, regarding what we understand by data stewardship. European countries would like to appropriate this term to guarantee the access to data by private parties. And in the case of Latin America, that is an element that is included, but it's not such a priority as to guarantee continuous access without cost to administrative records. It was very evident in the opening session yesterday, this was. And here we can find several elements to continue to build that narrative and underline that one of the elements that led Argentina and Colombia to propose this group was to bring other countries closer to this term, a term that we repeat, but we want to appropriate it, to Latin Americanize it in a certain way, so that as a region, we can decide what we understand by that term and how we can continue with this work. So that's it for the moment. It's also important to mention that all the inputs and interactions between or amongst the members of the group, the surveys, all this has allowed us to add those comments so that we can act as a bloc in global scenarios. And this is something where Argentina, with the presidency, Argentina has tried to position this, has tried to position Latin America in the international statistical community in order to have a common agenda. I think that's it, and thank you very much. I would just like to add, Mariano, and with that we conclude. Here we have the contacts for you. We have this need to continue to discuss this topic. Maybe we will conclude the document, but the discussion will continue here and in other regions. So it is necessary to try to have a good definition for our country to continue to discuss about this and not so that we don't just import a concept without adapting it to us. Thank you very much, Nicolás and Camilo. INDEC Argentina is very much involved, and I would like to congratulate the group for the work that has been carried out and for this document that you're going to deliver, and which will be a part of the summary of the work carried out during this biennial. It's true that the concept of stewardship, if we see how it is applied in Europe, for instance, and compared with a region, it is applied in a very different way. This is why we have created this group, to have a discussion involving our countries, and so as to take into account the starting point of each country. I think we have achieved that, and now we can speak more about the national ecosystem of data. We're speaking more about access, alternative sources of data like big data and administrative records, data sharing with players of the data ecosystem. And I believe that this document will be the starting point now for what continues on our side of the NSOs of the regions, and that is to work on the concept inwards, the data ecosystem. We need a broad definition of NSOs. Right now, we are trying to apply this to our practice by generating data models with other players, like, and I'm telling real cases.
So that refers to databases, think tanks, professional institutes, etc. So we're trying to be at the core of what data management is in the end. Data stewardship or data management, one could say. So I think that's the step. We've had a very rich discussion. We addressed a variety of different aspects, regulatory frameworks, the different institutional contexts of our countries. And now it's time to address the national data ecosystem. Some countries have this well defined, others do not. And so we need to work on those definitions. We should all do the same. And since we've already discussed this, let's start negotiating, talking, creating awareness among with regard to stewardship and to take on our responsibility. Some may have a more modern approach, some not so much, but in the end, we do what we can within the global context. And if, okay, one individual's requested the floor. Go ahead, Marcela Cabezas. I was talking to myself. I just wanted to mention, hi, this is Marcela Cabezas from the ILO. I just wanted to mention that given our experience with a variety of different countries, if it is possible for the SCA to emphasize something, because I think this would be helpful for all the NSOs, and I'm referring to the need to have access to administrative records, that the NSOs have access to administrative records. I think that would be very positive for the SCA to encourage that. A lot of the NSOs have major problems accessing administrative records. It's not necessarily the case of all the countries, though. Ecuador, for example, has this well established with the entire system, but I've seen as a result of the technical meetings we've had, there have been major difficulties by many countries such as Peru, for example, to access these records. In Chile as well, they have to do all kinds of jump through hoops and loops to have access to the administrative records. And obviously, if they didn't, this would be something positive for the entire data system. So if we need to make progress in Latin America, as far as big data is concerned, I would say that is one of the issues. Exactly, that's something we've tried to pick up with Camilo, this concept that within the region, that would have to be the starting point, actually. Go ahead, Rolando. Thank you. I just wanted to piggyback on Marcela's comment, because it's not just about administrative records and not just with reference to the SCA framework. It's overall, and we need to figure out how to come up with a proposition, of course, within the SCA, to strengthen NSOs, not just in terms of administrative records, but in other areas as well. To add this to the period of sessions calendar, now the possibility of, I think we need to scale this up even further, because if the SCA attributes importance to this during this period of sessions, and if the same is done within the NSOs in each of the countries, that would be positive for gaining greater access to administrative records, as well as would have other benefits. Maybe it would have benefits in terms of the budget, etc. So I just wanted to put that out there so that we can figure out how to, from within this executive committee, how to draft a good proposition within the framework of the next SCA in order to include a paragraph or an agreement among all the countries with regard to the need to address this at a more of a political level versus technical level, because I think that's really the direction in which it needs to be addressed. Thank you. Go ahead, Camilo. Along those same lines, Marcela and Rolando's lines, Discussing this within the group regionally and globally is important, and how NSOs as data managers could bring that discussion to the right venue. I know there are some international fora, as Marcela mentioned, where these issues are addressed, and we have the NSOs taking part, and there are ministry representatives as well that take part in these discussions. And this could be applicable to other statistics matters. So it's important to have a clear understanding with regard to the roadmap, and starting with what Andres mentioned and others presented yesterday as the joint proposition. And I think it would be a good idea to think about something for the conference, not a working group per se, given the existing conditions, but part of the knowledge transmission network, something that would allow for smoother communications and access. Thank you. With that, I would like to close the Q&A, during the Q&A, and move on with the next session with regard to gender mainstreaming, guide for mainstreaming the gender perspective in statistical production. We will hear from Norma Navarro from Mexico's INEGI. Go ahead, Norma. We cannot hear you. And now we can hear you. I will share my screen with you. Okay, it's a pleasure to join you from Aguascalientes. I will refer to the progress of the working group regarding guidelines for mainstreaming the gender perspective into statistical production. This working group has enjoyed feedback from 14 countries, with represented by the statistics offices. We also have UN Women's Issues Department, and ECLAC's Women's Issues Department, and other offices. So the purpose of this working group was to provide a methodological and conceptual tool for guiding the incorporation of gender perspective in the production of official statistics, primarily in those priority topics and those that are relevant to gender equality. We have also defined 4 specific objectives. One is to provide a conceptual general framework relative to gender perspective and how to incorporate this into the statistics productions, as well as review, identify, and systematize the work of the countries in the region, in addition to addressing the most recent progress at multilateral organizations, programs, projects within the UN system that have a purview with regard to mainstreaming the gender perspective in statistical production, and also to address the different criteria and recommendations that should be followed in order to incorporate gender perspective in all the different phases of the statistical production. This is a key objective of the working group's activities. Specifically, the idea is for this document to be adopted by the SCA so there can be a standard in the region. The 4th objective is to establish statistical standards that could be adopted by the countries in keeping with their context, in keeping with their institutional arrangements and processes, all for submitting or reporting in keeping with the gender perspective. These objectives are not written on the screen, but they are included in the document. Let me talk a bit about the progress of this working group over 2022. The group has been very active. The group held monthly meetings throughout 22, and the group was gathering information and material for drafting the guidelines. As I mentioned, the group was sharing good experiences or good practices and experiences with regard to what the different offices have done in terms of mainstreaming the gender perspective and how they use statistics information related to this. And at the same time, well, and as I mentioned, these meetings took place between March and August, roughly. And then the consulting firm also organized the information following that. And then in late September, they published the first draft of the guidelines. And then in October, a series of meetings were held for feedback on the first draft of the guidelines. Now, as far as 2023 is concerned, we've gotten back to work. And in early March, we got back to work on the guidelines. The guidelines have 5 chapters. I will explain those to you. And we have also, well, from March to June, we plan on conducting a review of the 5 chapters and to include the country's feedback. The first 3 chapters have already been delivered in April, and May and June will be set aside for addressing the other 2 core chapters. And then the plan is to have the final approved document, have it approved by the SCA at the end of July, August, roughly. All right, then, let me talk a bit about the actual structure of these guidelines. As I mentioned, the guidelines consist of 5 chapters. The first is a conceptual framework, followed by chapter 2, the regulatory framework, 3, the institutional arrangements of statistics system, 4, guidelines for including the gender perspective in the various phases of the statistics process. And then chapter 5 is the key core chapter, and this consists of a suite of base principles, foundations that provide an overarching concept for the countries. And this also refers to the various challenges in terms of mainstreaming gender perspective. Then we have 2 annexes as well. Chapter 5 refers again to regional challenges for gender mainstreaming. This chapter refers to what all of the 14 representatives addressed in terms of what we believe is relevant in order to mainstream the gender perspective. This considers regulatory frameworks, conceptual frameworks, human resources, methodological quality of these sources of information, communications, dissemination, and of course, the necessary funding for gender statistics.
I would like to mention the first 3 chapters that we have presented as to evidence the progress that we have made, the conceptual framework that provides key definitions and a supplementary glossary, apart from the various thematic structures for the generation of statistics with a gender perspective. What is important here is to highlight that the conceptual gender frameworks are permanently evolving. They are under construction, and we are presenting what we have at present. It's also important to mention that in this chapter, we describe the principle of intersectionality, which is very important for the gender perspective, and which is defined as the interaction of gender inequality with other types of inequality, such as ethnic, race, disability, gender identity, sexual preferences, and course of life. In the second chapter, the regulatory framework, or the normative framework that presents the international mandates, the regional and national mandates in all. We're talking of 61 mandates that are identified. We describe these provisions and the scope that they have with regards statistical production. Chapter 3 summarizes the institutional framework of statistical systems, general recommendations, conditions, and institutional capabilities and other mechanisms used by the national statistical offices and national information systems to plan gender statistics. And something that is also very relevant in this country, and as was mentioned in our objectives, is to investigate what we have in our region with regard to documents, regulations, guidelines, methodological guidelines, or specific protocols that have been developed in the region in order to incorporate the gender perspective into statistical projects. So we have identified 4 countries that have developed this, and so this guideline is basically a highly expected document. I believe that it will be a very relevant tool for the region, and we are seeking additional elements that will enable us to apply this in our offices and adapt this in our countries to incorporate the gender perspective in a better manner in all our statistical programs. Finally, the next steps, as I mentioned, we still need to make a final compilation of observations of the 2 chapters, the 4th and 5th chapters, to integrate the full guideline, to have a fully integrated document, and to be able to present the final document and submit that to the approval of the SCA, and as mentioned by Javier Mancero, to also produce this summary that he is requesting for August, and to be able to submit this to the SCA. So this is what we have done, and if there are any questions, of course, I am open to answer them. Thank you, Norma. Thank you very much. Are there any comments? Does anybody wish to say something? Okay, it seems that at least not for now. Mariano, now I see you, Andrea. I hadn't seen you. Andrea, please. And after that, Miosotis. Well, now I'm only seeing one hand, which is Miosotis. Thank you. This is Andrea Giannini from UN Women. Thank you very much for the presentation. I would just like to highlight the importance of having this tool in the region and the commitment that all countries have had that form part of the group in that co-creation. The mainstreaming of gender perspective in all phases of the statistical process is fundamental, and undoubtedly it is expected that this guideline will guide the statistical production in each one of the countries. In addition, I would just like to mention that in addition to the guideline, what is essential is interinstitutional coordination, the political commitment, and the existence of budgets, both the design, operation, and implementation of statistical production with a gender perspective. In this sense, the production and use of gender statistics that are additional and that are mainstreamed in territorial analysis and geospatial and intersectional area is fundamental, and we hope that countries will promote their application in our region. Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Miosotis. Yes, thank you very much. Good morning. And Norma, thank you very much for your presentation. And likewise, thank you to the whole team that has been working. As you say, this is a highly expected product. We are all here looking forward to this, and as Dominican Republic, we're working on a manual, but we want to see what progress has been made in terms of what we're doing at a regional level in order to incorporate that to it. But I always like to be one step ahead, and you mentioned the issue of challenges. I in January with the gender authority or the gender area of ECLAC with Ana West, Sofia Espuro, we were discussing about how to deal with the issue of gender mainstreaming with regard to quality, because so far we're viewing this as something very clear within the statistical process, but within the quality framework, how we could begin to think about this, how that is translated when I conduct an evaluation. And with Anna, we even spoke, and considering that that will be part of today's agenda, the surveys conducted by the IDB with the characterization of human resources, and she has also looked at the characteristic of feminine leadership, which is something that we have also promoted in together with the region. So maybe in the next biennial, we could think about how we make progress in this sense, because I am unclear about this. I even reviewed our regional quality framework to see whether we could incorporate something that could very clearly point to the fact that we are mainstreaming all statistical activities, and not only within the framework of this process as such, but also as from our quality assessments. And that is what I wanted to share with you, because I view that as a challenge, and to know whether you have considered that in the team. Thank you. Thank you, Miosotis. Yes, indeed, these challenges that we had highlighted, the issue of quality as such is not clearly identified, but I believe it is mentioned in implicit terms, because whenever we speak of methodological issues of projects as a challenge, we refer to quality of the records and how we can incorporate the gender perspective and how this is involved with these aspects. And so in this review that we will undertake, we will take special care to highlight this issue that you mentioned. Thank you very much, everyone, for your comments. We'll move ahead with the next group, recommendations for quality analysis of household surveys that will be delivered by the delegation from Chile. Denise, I can see you there. Hi, good morning, everyone. Please confirm if I am adequately sharing my screen. Can you see it? Yes, perfect. As has just been mentioned by Mariano, we as INE Chile, we are coordinators of the working group on recommendations for analyzing the quality of household surveys. And I would like to talk about one of the main objectives that we have established within this working group, which was to make recommendations that could contribute to the harmonized analysis of the figures resulting from household surveys as a result of probabilistic designs, and focusing on the high demand in order to increasingly have a larger amount of disaggregated data, both in terms of themes and also in geographical terms within our countries. And within that major umbrella, we have stated that one of the products that we will develop are the methodological considerations. So when we develop these household surveys, a document that will be created based on a diagnosis that we conducted in 2021 in the different statistical offices in Latin America and the Caribbean, and also with regards to a conceptual framework that underpins these recommendations. And finally, an element which is at the very heart of the document has to do with the elements that we will take into consideration in order to evaluate these estimates. And a fundamental aspect has to do with general recommendations that go beyond the processing phase, which is analysis, and that relates to part of the continuous production of a survey. Now, within that context, during or as from August 2022 to date, we have achieved a whole series of progress in terms of this annotated index, and we have distributed. And here I would like to express my gratitude to all the countries in this working group. We are 16 countries, and 12 of them have an active participation and have actively participated within the working group, which up to 2022 met every month, and during 2023, we have again begun these monthly meetings as from April of this year. After that, we reviewed this document, countries reviewed this document, and we also improved this proposal so that we could finally create a first version of the document that we have shared with countries. We have also shared that with ECLAC for its review, where and the heart of that document of what we have reviewed is
Denise, yo al menos te perdí, no sé el resto.
Denise, we've lost you. I don't know if anybody else can see you. Yes, she's no longer a panelist.
Se habrá cortado la corrección.
Yes, I think she's having internet connection issues.
Unos segunditos a ver si.
Maybe we can wait for a few seconds.
Si levanta. Lo que podemos hacer es continuar con
Maybe
el
what we could
próximo
do is
grupo.
continue with the next group.
¿Les parece? Está por ahí. Bueno, el próximo grupo es
The next group is
administrativos.
quality assessment tools of administrative records that will be delivered by the coordinating country, which is Colombia.
Ahí, Juan Sebastián.
Sebastián, are you there?
Ahí volvió Denise.
Oh, Denise is back.
Denise,
Yes, I apologize. I had a internet problem, so again, share my screen.
cosas que pasan.
Yes. Okay, within that same context, what I was mentioning is that one of the important points within the recommendations is to emphasize the complete production process, providing guidelines as from the design phase, because there are elements that we evaluate at the end in the analysis process. However, these have to be taken into consideration as from the design phase, and likewise an important element, which is to monitor the collection process that we generate. That will enable us, that these elements that we evaluate during the analysis process, we can create these warnings during in order to monitor the behavior of our units that must respond. In that point, we also emphasize that. And finally, the whole framework of this proposal or of these recommendations is underpinned where there is no evidence of biases. And within that context, in those cases where we have evidence that there is a loss that could account for a potential bias, we always recommend that we conduct the respective evaluations. So within
On April 24th, we delivered 4 chapters out of 6, and this was prepared by the different NSOs in this working group. And we, as coordinating country, have articulated this document. Now, what we really want to stress in this presentation, and perhaps it's not seen in much detail, but we want to bring in the flowchart proposal on chapter 15 of our document. And here we have assessed 6 fundamental aspects in order to define whether an estimation is reliable, little reliable, or not reliable. So these are the paths we chose. Just to give you an idea, one of the first elements that we have evaluated and revised has to do with the design. Usually, we don't expect to have a effect design less than one. What we recommend in document is that we first assess whether design effect is of one or lower than one. If less than one, then a review must be conducted if it's not lower than one, we have to see whether the sample size is equal or not to the minimum size defined. In the document, we have recommendations to this effect. We have a minimum level, but the different NSOs who wish to use the standard are free to choose this minimum level based on their own situation. Once we assess with that minimum, we define if that minimum is not met, we will say that that estimation is not reliable. And this is important. It must be done for the estimation, for each estimation we wish to publish, and also at the level of disaggregation we want, whether it be thematic or geographic, it must be calculated. But in this case, we found that it was not reliable. Now, if the DFF meets the level of above one, we say that the sample is equal or more than one. If it does or not, it will be reliable or not. And then we go to the next element. And these are the levels of liberty. Here, the GL, we recommend a minimum level of freedom, but we also leave the countries to assess the specificity of their own samplings. Does this meet with the minimum size? If not, we must to figure out whether this corresponds to a study that was planned or not, because we could have the situation where we have a little level of freedom, but this corresponds to a small geographic area where we are depleting our sampling sizes. So in that situation, we do this evaluation, but if it doesn't meet with these levels of freedom, and it's not a planned dominion, then we say that it's not reliable. Afterwards, there is a difference amongst the recommendation, and that is the type of estimator we will work with. If we're working with an estimator, if it's a share between 0 or 1. Why? Because this will trigger the different of variation coefficient we will work with. Now, if we work with an estimator that is not a proportion between 0 and 1, everything that is not, well, we will work with the variation coefficient and that we traditionally use at NSOs, and we define a threshold. If it meets this threshold or not, then if it doesn't meet scenario A or B, it's not reliable. But if it meets the A threshold, and if it has a non-weighed case control that is above the threshold, then we'll say it's reliable. But if it doesn't meet, we have to see if it's greater or not to the other threshold. And in that case, it would be little reliable, but we also suggest that it can be published. If it doesn't meet that, it would not be reliable, and so on. We figure out whether different estimations meet each of these 6 elements, and that then will tell us if it can be published or not. In the non-weighed counting, we'll have to see whether they meet or not. And we also figure out whether it's a little reliable or not reliable. When we believe that the estimator is a proportion of 0 between 0 and 1, then we suggest to work with a certain coefficient of variation. And here, if this is greater or not from 0.5, then we define the threshold with the logarithm coefficient of variation. Now, if the non-weighted case accounting is greater or equal to CCNP, A, if it doesn't meet, it's not reliable. And finally, meeting with a coefficient for the maximum, then we see whether it meets or not with the weighed cases counting. If not, we go, if it doesn't meet that condition, we say it's little reliable. Now, with the different scenarios that we have, we created a series of paths under which each NSO may identify these 6 elements. And these are the thresholds that we have suggested in the document. But we do that in each estimation, and each NSO is responsible for that. And traditionally, we have a series of estimations that are published. And here we believe that it's not enough to just put in the asterisk saying that it's little reliable or not reliable. We must also emphasize those tabulations or estimations. It is ideal that there is a moderate level of non-reliable or little reliable cases. We lost her. She was cut off. Now, there are some estimations that meet the conditions, and if it's reliable, then we immediately publish. If it is not met, then we suggest not publishing. But in those cases, we also leave this up to the countries to make the decision. In those cases where the estimation is not reliable, whether to publish or not, this is the decision made by the countries. We at Chile NSO have our standard. We decided all estimations be published, whether they are reliable, little reliable, or not reliable. But we do place an asterisk to take a note, put in a note on that. But we believe that each country may have different criteria, and they may also consider to get rid of that information. In those cases where it is eliminated, that is part of what the countries should do in order to publish. This is what we have already delivered in the document. The idea is to be able to concrete the reviews made by the different countries as well as by ECLAC in order to have it all included in this version of the document. And besides, we must end with the 2 pending chapters. Equally important in the plan of our working group is to create exchange of knowledge. And there we have shared the experience between different countries in the estimations, in the topics also related to the problems related to the elements that we evaluate. And here, one of the topics that are pending has to do with the presentation. And this is scheduled for May 23rd. And this is a presentation that will be done by INDEC in the implementation of the resampling techniques they have. And in the next months, we'll also have a discussion on the estimation design effects. At the beginning, we said that this element that we do, but in estimating the defect, things are not the same. And there it is necessary that as group, we look at the implications and then make the best decisions when the time comes to implement. And finally, we are now in the phase of including or not in the document replicated weights. And finally, we encourage countries to continue working on these lines, and we thank the countries that have worked in this that have been in this working group actively, and we also wish to continue checking on the working documents from ECLAC. We'll continue working in consolidating the document. Thank you for your attention. That was excellent, Denise. Thank you for your presentation. And I'm looking at the chat to see if someone has asked the floor. If you want to make any questions, you can raise your hands.
Bueno, entonces la voy a hacer yo.
Very well. I will
Útil, la verdad, el
say
prejuicio
something. This is indeed extremely useful. I think that it will be useful as a tool to be used in concrete cases. I am the technical aspect and also in other aspects. And the institutional side, we often receive requests from public agencies where they say, why don't you open up this index for the next opening on economic activity? Because often there's a myth that we create things or we don't publish, not because we don't want to, but in truth, we have to explain what you have just told us, not with that level of technicality, otherwise they won't understand. But that happens. We say if we don't open it per activity into the next opening, it's because we don't have the necessary observations, because the variation coefficient is such that the data is not reliable. So I think that it's very pertinent, useful, what you have brought to us. And we, in each country, should be able to apply it with the level desired. But from an institutional side, we constantly receive that kind of request. And also from the chambers, commerce chambers also request that. So I'm well uh, excited about this initiative. Thank you very much, Denise. We'll now continue with the next working group, and that has to do with the qualities and
días a todos desde Bogotá. Espérenme un segundo. Ahí ya están viendo mi
I
pantalla.
think it's quality assessment for administrative records. I think that's the one we're talking about now.
Bueno, buenos
Yes.
días.
Good
Voy a
morning.
contarles un poco de lo que
I will be
hemos ido
talking
avanzando
about
dentro de la
what we
nueva
have
de
started
evaluación de
doing
calidad de
in
registros
quality assessment
administrativos.
tool for administrative
Digamos que
records.
esto arranca o nuestra experiencia
This
desde el DANE
experience
ha sido
started
que la
from
calidad
DANE,
dentro de todo el
and
sistema
the
nacional de
quality in
evaluación
the whole
es
system
transversal
is
y las
cross-cutting,
mediciones de calidad y
and the
la evaluación de
measurements, the
calidad de
quality
registros
measurements
administrativos
of administrative
es un punto
records
clave para el aprovechamiento
are
de los
key
mismos.
for
Muchas
their
veces cuando la
usefulness.
gente toma estos
And
conjuntos de
often
datos,
people
piensan
take
que
these
ya
series of
solamente
data
con
and they think
tabular
that it's
se
just
puede
enough
hacer de
to
trampas
tabulate, but they
de la
don't
definición
think
de la
about
unidad
the
estadística que se
definition
necesita
of
para
the
aprovechar el
statistical
registro y
unit
estadística
that
para la construcción de un registro
is needed for
estadístico,
the
valga la
construction
redundancia,
of
y
administrative
se olvidan
records.
como de gestionar la
And they
calidad, de poder
forget
hacerle seguimiento,
to
de poder darle
measure
tiempo.
and follow up
También
quality and
hemos hecho la
time.
cuenta que para
We've also
para
realized
que haya una mejora
that
continua
for
sobre
continuous
estos sistemas
improvement of these
que per se
data
no tienen un fin
that in
estadístico,
themselves don't have
se necesita
statistical
como
purpose,
un
we
intercambio
need
o
to
una conexión
exchange or to
estrecha con
have a
proveedores de datos.
connection with the
Entonces,
suppliers of
digamos que
data.
dentro de este grupo lo que
Within this
nosotros hemos
group,
pensado es
we
como
have
el objetivo grande que tiene este
figured
grupo
out
es
a
generar
general objective,
recomendaciones
and this is a
administrativas de
mega
calidad.
recommendation on this
Nos ha
quality
servido como recopilar
management. And we wanted to
experiencias
gather
de
the
los diferentes países,
experiences from
pero
different
desde la
countries,
empatía, pasando desde identificar
starting
cómo son
from
los
identifying
chequeos iniciales de calidad,
initial
indicadores de
quality
completitud,
processes such as indicators of
pasando también
consistency,
un
of
poco el
completeness.
debate
And we also
de
have
cómo
a
se
debate on
interrelaciona
how
con los proveedores de los datos
we
y
relate with
además
the
de esto,
data
habiendo
providers.
manejadores que
And we
entienden
also
los
have a
el
dimension and
uso que se
the
necesita, el
use,
uso que se le va a dar a los
statistical
datos.
use that will
Digamos que
be
si bien
uh,
el registro administrativo
granted for these administrative records. And perhaps there is a good quality from the administrative focus. It could be that it's not appropriate for a specific statistical use. So let's say that we've started to find out whether the different NSOs have in mind not only the input dimension of the data, but also if they have an output dimensions over which we can say, okay, this allows me, for example, if it's Social Security, this will function to measure a part of the formal employment. Then we can say to measure formal employment, this record works. But to find out about the whole of the employment, then there's too much coverage involved, and this is not the appropriate instrument. So for some users, a record may be appropriate, and for others, not appropriate.
Let us say that here we have tried to identify the practices in the region, looking for a set of indicators that we can follow in time, indicators on which we can base our follow-up in time, and also that will allow us a more fluent dialogue with the providers. In Colombia, we've had an experience of what we call peer review. We meet with different users of the data, and we review how they incorporate the data in the system, which are the quality findings, how can we approach these providers so as to check that they will increase their quality little by little. And in time, you try to strengthen them so as to draw statistics from administrative records. Here we have tried to create synergies amongst all the players that we have, and also we have tried to promote that reutilization of data within an NSO. Many times we spend a lot of time checking for quality, but when these quality checks are not systematized or monitored as time goes by, I will duplicate tasks. When we think about a tool, or when we want to automatize, we would like to automatize initial controls and also to make follow-up. If ideally we have an inventory of records, plus the technical checkups, plus quality indicators from the point of view of utilization for the new users of administrative records, it'll be easier to determine whether they are pertinent and how they can use them. I was speaking about use and source, but this distinction are based on administrative records. Input is how I receive the data, and I check quality metadata completeness, and all this opens a door for an administrative record to have different quality indicators, but defined based on the statistical use that we will make of them. Where are we heading to? We produced a questionnaire or a collection tool that has been discussed and disseminated amongst the NSOs. We have 29 questions. We do not have specific indicators, but we are finding out how we collect them. If we ask for metadata, we are determining some practices and see how the NSOs are doing to produce a documentation that will allow us to determine the good practices and to contribute and collaborate with other countries that maybe need to advance in the quality assessment for the management of administrative records. Roughly, in the collection tool that we have, information gathering tool that we have, how do we manage administrative records? How do we request for administrative records? And this is not only for all the data, but we need to know how to identify time risks and see if we have the necessary timeliness. They are telling me I have a secondary data source. I generate data with this source, but can have delays in the publication if they are delayed in providing the data. And so which are the indicators if you provide the data late? How do you monitor your provider? And how many times can I send the information back if the files are coming with inadequate quality? Finally, what are we going to do? Which are the next steps? We are in this phase of working with the NSOs, and now we have to determine how we systematize the results and propose an assessment tool. It can be, one part can be automatic, or some steps that will allow us to automatize entry checkup, technical checkups, more than standardizing the indicators. We need to determine the peculiarities or generate control systems allowing us to establish some guidelines for this type of indicators, how we will follow them in time, how we are going to connect them to a data inventory or to provider management tool for the different records. This is what we are trying to do. Thank you. Well, Juan Sebastián, thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any comments or questions? Checking on the chat, it seems we don't have anyone there. So what we have now is a short break, 15 minutes break to stretch, have a coffee, etc. And in 15 minutes, we meet here again to continue with the review of the working groups. Thank you.
Bueno, hola de nuevo. Gracias por la puntualidad.
Hi there.
Seguimos con la
Thank you for coming back on time. We shall continue, and we should take full advantage of the time. Therefore, let us now refer to the working group for recommendations related to administrative records. We will hear from Valentina Santo from INE Uruguay. Thank you, Mariano. Allow me to share my screen with you. Can you see this yet?
Sí.
Perfecto. Sí, no, te entendí. ¿Qué tal? Bueno,
Okay, quality assessment tool for administrative records. Thank you for allowing me to show you the progress that the working group has made thus far. The group was working on diagnosis and recommendations for integrating administrative records related to children. This is a report of sorts, and then once this has been entirely reviewed, it will be submitted to the SCA for consideration. Now, let me talk a bit about the structure of this report. The report is due to the need to improve the quality and use of administrative records for monitoring the SDGs related to children and their use for designing public policies. I think there has been significant discussions today and yesterday about the importance of administrative records as far as the in terms of access to them and the lower cost related to conducting studies of this nature. We know that the surveys tend to be more expensive. And finally, the segregation with regard to the administrative records, specifically regarding children. There's information at the gender level, poverty information, etc. So administrative records are a key tool for having more timely data, and they are helpful for having more targeted, efficient public policy. So now let me talk a bit about the details of this work. As I mentioned, an assessment or diagnosis was conducted to understand the maturity of this situation, and then typologies of systems were found throughout the region, and then general strategies and recommendations were issued. And some areas of action for the future were also defined. I'll talk about that in a bit. What did the group actually do, and how was the group organized? Well, 26 countries were invited to answer a questionnaire. Out of the 26 countries invited, 21 replied to the questionnaire, and the questionnaire was also input for having follow-up structured interviews for input for the report. These structured interviews were, well, we also requested the countries provide documentation as a supplementary component to the structured interviews. I'll talk about that in a second. I forgot to mention that during the period of time that the questionnaires were rolled out and the interviews. Well, that took place actually between June and October of 2022. So that essentially was the time frame for that work. Let me talk a bit about the content of the report per se. The report provides context and international examples concerning the use of administrative records. The content also references the experience of the Nordic countries. They are state of the art in terms of using administrative records. And then we also received support from the Canadian NSO. We gathered experiences from Latin American countries with regard to using administrative records tied to children-related data. Now, the content also describes the methodology used for said questionnaire, answered thus far by 21 countries. And 49 questions were included on this questionnaire. These allowed us to define maturity typologies of the statistics systems that are actually thinking about implementing these administrative records. And then the 49 questions were organized under 4 key areas. 1 related to scope, then 2 governance, 3 data, and 4 issues related to IT. Okay, I'm going to refer to these 4 categories. As I mentioned, the 49 questionnaire organized the work into 4 key areas. 1 was related to the progress. Now, what do I mean by that? This refers to the extent to which the NSOs are meeting the various data integration needs of the different data providers. In other words, to what extent are the NSOs really meeting the various stakeholders' data needs? With regard to governance, you know that we've talked a great deal about this topic. This is related to all legal and administrative framework aspects applicable to using administrative records as sources of information.
There is a lot of discussion about the use of data and its transparency, and likewise privacy, how the privacy is protected when we use that data, and the privacy, of course, of the people that provide that information. And the other category, which is called, or which refers to information technology, seeks to establish to what extent the various countries are able to work as a hub for data, both at a software and at a hardware level. So what we did was to take these 4 major issues, and we analyzed where countries stood, at least when it came to them answering the questionnaire. And we defined 4 categories or typologies of maturity to establish the level of maturity, so to speak, of these countries with regards to these 4 issues that I mentioned. The first typology, it is in English, and it says implementing, and this refers to NSOs that are actively using data obtained from administrative records obtained from different suppliers and other countries that are doing this effectively. Of course, when it comes to these issues, there are opportunities, strengths, weaknesses, and so on that are also analyzed in this report related to these issues that I mentioned. And the report outlines per category what strengths we have, for example, in terms of governance and so on. With regards to each maturity typology, the second group is enabling, and that refers to countries that are enabling the incorporation of this data. They are able to incorporate data suppliers or data providers, but when they answered the survey, they were not doing that effectively, but were at this stage, at this enabling stage. A third stage is initiating, which are NSOs that acknowledge the importance and use and the link with administrative records, have not yet foreseen the incorporation of data providers, primarily as a result of systemic issues. And the final category, contemplating, which is the last group of 11 countries, there we find different situations. This category is understood as very implies that these countries understand that it is very relevant to use administrative records, but that for different reasons are not able to make an effective use of those records in the midterm. Something that we would like to mention and that we believe is important is that we still have not concluded this study, and therefore we encourage countries to make a contact if they want to reconsider some of these aspects or to come on board. And that is the case of countries that haven't yet answered the survey. There's still time for that. And I would also like to say that this questionnaire was aimed at experts of statistical units, but perhaps they didn't have the full perspective of administrative records when they answered the survey. And so these are all elements that have to be taken into consideration. The report concludes with a whole series of recommendations. As we said before, there are several recommendations per theme without the demands of different stakeholders, governance issues, the use of data, especially the use of data that refer to, or linking data, which refers to or relates to population. And they also provide action guidelines. And the progress, well, I could say that the progress involves that we have a preliminary document in both English and Spanish. We conducted a country review, which was up to May, and adjustments were also made to the preliminary report that could include these interviews that I mentioned beforehand. And the next steps, well, we need to conclude adjustments of the preliminary version in accordance with the country's comments, the consolidation of the final version, the review of final version in charge of coordinating countries' translations, and finally to socialize this workshop and send this document, this final document to ECLAC. And now I'd like to offer the floor to Eileen Flores, who also forms part of the group, in case she wishes to add something with regards to invitation to countries or an additional comment that I may not have made. Thank you, Valentina, for your presentation. I would also like to thank all countries that have supported us by answering the questionnaire, and likewise by being interviewed by us, as mentioned by Valentina. We sent we sent you a preliminary report on April 18th, sent by Janita Bartel, who is presently our technical secretariat on the part of UNICEF. And I would like to thank UNICEF that through Janita and other officials have supported us throughout this process. And please, we encourage you to review the document, to make all the comments that you believe are relevant. And in case you prefer to hold a new interview with our consultant, there is no problem in that sense, but we do need for you to let us know about that soon. In case you have any doubts about who answered this questionnaire, the first and already conducted an interview, in the annex part of the document, there are details of all the persons, of all the people we contacted per statistics office. And we hope that this report, this document will be useful. We believe that everything that has been established with this diagnosis logic is very valuable. And within this framework of benefiting of or reviewing administrative records, which is one of the most common issues both yesterday and today. Thank you very much. And that is what I wanted to contribute with. Thank you, Eileen. Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Valentina and Eileen. I'm just looking at the chat to see if somebody's asking for the floor, or somebody have sent a message via the chat or raised his or her hand. Okay, it seems not, so we will continue with the next group on tools for the production of indicators related to disasters. That will be delivered by Iker Lavar, who is Subdirector of the INE. Thank you, Mariano. Good morning, everyone. Now I would like to present the working group on the measurement and registry and records of indicators related to the mitigation and reduction of disasters in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to share my screen. We have a product for this biennial, which is tools for the production of indicators related to disasters. Now, this group is being coordinated by the National Statistics Institute of Paraguay and the INE of Peru. The need for this working group, is to strengthen statistical information management practices based on the disaster-related SDGs and the Sendai framework indicators. So we also wanted to promote methodological and institutional recommendations for disaster risk estimation related precisely to these indicators. These recommendations have already been done in the previous, provided in the previous biennium. It has been indeed one of the products of the working group, and we want to strengthen reporting processes on the implementation of the Sendai framework, including good statistical practices, and also to provide a web space for tools and reference materials through a web portals, and also improve technical and methodological capacities on disaggregated data, and also to increase integration. And this is very important because we wish to foster integration and coordination between national statistics systems and disaster risk management systems. And therefore, we need to work in terms of this integration among the national entities that deal with disaster risks mitigation. This group is being coordinated by the National Statistics Institute of Paraguay and the INEI of Peru. At present, we have 12 member countries, We have distributed the tasks of each one of the activities that we will subsequently analyze at the level of sub-working groups or working subgroups. The members are Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Cuba, Ecuador, Mexico, Nicaragua, and the Dominican Republic. In this biennium, we have also incorporated the National Institute of Statistics and Censuses of Costa Rica and the National Statistics Institute of Uruguay. This technical secretariat has received a valuable support from the UN Office for risk for disaster risk mitigation, and from the Statistics Office of ECLAC. And we also received the support of the UN Programme for the Environment, the UN Programme for Development, the UNDP, and the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. Now we would look at the activities. We have disaggregated the activities of this working group into 5 different activities. We're talking of 5 activities. However, we want to present 3 products. So the first activity has to do with a regional diagnosis. We want to know the present situation of the measurement of indicators of SDGs related to disaster risks and within the Sendai, and also the Sendai framework. We want a document that reflects the challenges, opportunities, and the situation, the present situation. We have made a 35% progress with this document, and we hope to conclude it by September 15th of this year. An additional activity is to have an interactive version of the matrix of institutional and methodological recommendations for the measurement of these disaster indicators. We have called it a requirements matrix. We have stipulated that we will complete this by that we will conclude this by the 15th of December of last year. We have concluded this matrix indeed, and in fact it is one of the products of the previous bienniums. However, we are now moving on to an interactive a matrix and to its implementation. Despite the fact that we had concluded the matrix, we had not yet foreseen its implementation. However, what we want to do now is to implement this matrix with some pilot tests that we will explain later on. And another activity is to systematize all the successful experiences and good practices that include in our region about the role played by national statistics offices when it comes to the management of disaster risks. All these experiences will be transformed into a web platform. When we talk about successful experiences, we're talking about interactions that exist among national statistics offices and those in charge of managing disaster risks within each country. In fact, I also want to mention that some of these successful experiences have been were mentioned in the last face-to-face meeting that we held in Punta del Este in Uruguay, where we presented the regional platform, which involves all the offices related to disaster risk management. Another activity is to systematize other institutional tools and methodological tools that strengthen measurement. And we have also foreseen that this will be in the web portal. If you notice, when we talk about successful experiences in the previous INE, we find that this activity, the end date has been the 30th of April. We have thus achieved an 80% progress with this. We have practically finished this activity, but we're only making some adjustments. And given the fact that this experience will also be included in the web platform. Finally, as a last activity, we have the web portal. We need to create and launch the web portal, but the web portal has already been created, and there is a first version of the portal where we include the main documents and even the documents and products that we have obtained in the 2 previous bienniums. We have to remember that this working group has existed for has been working for 6 years.
Bien, y aquí tenemos los tres productos. El primer
And
producto
here
es
we have the 6 products. So the first product is the diagnosis that I had mentioned in this slide, the interactive matrix, and finally the web portal. These are all interrelated, but I would like to begin with the diagnosis. This is a document that will be presented that will present the status report, and that will include gender considerations, disaggregated data per gender, age, and disability. This will be recommended in a document, and we will have the diagnosis of which country has disaggregated data at present. In this diagnosis work, we have foreseen the systematization of sources. As sources, we have UNDR, the UN Office for the Reduction of Disaster Risks, and also information or environmental variables. So with the risk component, which is a major piece of work by ECLAC, we have CAPRAC from the Andean Committee for the Prevention of Disasters, and the UN Organization for and the FAO. We are going to conduct a complementarity analysis, and finally, we're going to draft the document. With regards to systematization, we have made strong progress, and what we need is the drafting of the document, and that is something that we will be able to see later on. Now, I would like
I also wanted to
talk about
this matrix has already been published, but what is really needed is the implementation. And what does this mean? Even though we have already prepared a guideline for the use, we still have pending the training. Who are we going to train? Because the entities that have to do with disaster risks, and this means a lot of coordination between national statistical offices with the agencies that produce data on disasters. And we have also foreseen for this interactive matrix before distributing it into the regional countries, the pilot test is going to be conducted, and that is going to be done in several countries, in Costa Rica, in Cuba, Uruguay, Chile, Dominican Republic. And these are the countries that belong to the working subgroup. And finally, this interactive matrix naturally will be uploaded at the web portal. As we already said, the matrix is pretty much finished. We just have to refine it a little. We have the guideline for use, and we still have to do pilot tests. As to the web portal, we already have 60% progress in the construction of the portal. The portal exists. It's the first version, but now we want to upload all of the documents, experiences, and good practices from each country, the reference material, and this will also tell us about the courses and workshops that will be scheduled. Now, which are the next steps to follow in this working group? And the diagnosis, we will culminate this process. We've already said that the more difficult part of the work will be over on September 15th, and that is when we finalize the document. And we have already gone forward with the systematization and the information analysis. In the interactive matrix, once more, I must remind you that we will do a pilot test in order to see how it is to be implemented in each country. And here there is a strong work in training and the interinstitutional dialogue. The coordination is needed so as to fully understand the matrix and to give the deadline so that it may finish off filling up all the needed details, and we'll finalize the matrix version 2.0 that is already going to be revised, and this will be uploaded into the web portal. And finally, another step for the web portal will be the updating of content, as well as the final adjustments. Even though we must finish with this activity on August the 1st, we will launch on the same day for the risk reduction, which will be October the 13th. And finally, I am including here a photograph of the last meeting that we had in presence at Punta del Este, Uruguay. There we were able to go forward with each of the working subgroups. I thank all of the countries that have given us our support in this working group, and we do hope that this will be culminated successfully with each one of the products, and that this will be useful for all countries in the region. We do hope that we will achieve this strong link, this coordination, and the exchange of good practices amongst risk reduction offices in all countries. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your presentation. And I offer the floor for comments.
Bueno, sin más, seguimos adelante con
Let us then continue
cronograma. Sí,
with our
presentación de
schedule,
los
and
grupos,
they will now have the
curso de las
presentation
estadísticas de las
on
relaciones de trabajo
diagnosis on
y de la información
labor
a cargo de
situation and labor informality.
listas regulares y
Fernando
INEGI,
Holguín
y
will be our speaker
David
from INEGI, and also David Inculcati from Labor
ambos
Relations
coordinadores de
Chile.
este grupo.
Both countries are the coordinators of this document.
Gracias, buen día.
Thank you.
Buen día a todas y todos.
Good morning, everyone,
Ya en algunas regiones de
and good afternoon for some countries in Latin America.
En
Indeed,
esta sección de la presentación hablaremos sobre el
in
diagnóstico
this moment and this part of we will be talking about
relaciones laborales
the
e
document that has to
información,
do
cómo ha
with
sido su adopción
International
en
Labor
América Latina
Organization standards and what's happening in Latin America and the Caribbean.
coordinada
This
por
working
los
group
dos países,
has
que
been
es el INE de Chile y el INE de
coordinated by
México.
the INE Chile and INE
Ya
Mexico.
nos comentó,
And the INE Chile,
nos acompaña David Miculta,
we've already heard that David is here with us,
palabra por parte
and I
de
will
INE
give him the floor
México.
shortly. And from INE Mexico,
Con mucho
I,
gusto a todos.
Fernando, I
El
will
objetivo
be
del grupo
presenting what's
es
happening.
armonizar
The objective of the group is to harmonize
las
statistics
relaciones
to measure labor,
laborales,
work relations, and labor
adoptando las
informality
resoluciones
by
que
adopting the
emitió
resolutions
la
that
Organización
were brought
Internacional
in
del
by
Trabajo,
ILO.
las conferencias
And
internacionales
that
de
was a result of the
estadística.
international conferences on
Muy
labor
importante
statistics.
que
It's very
adoptemos
important that
en América Latina
the region in Latin
estas
America adopt
recomendaciones,
these
pero con una
recommendations, but this
armonización
should
conceptual
be
y
done by
metodológica.
conceptual and
Esto
methodological
toma
harmonization.
mucha
That is why the
relevancia
working group
porque apoya
becomes
mucho
very relevant,
dentro de los países que están
giving a lot of
participando
support to the countries
en
that
el
are
grupo de trabajo.
participating
Hay
in
áreas
this
de
working
decisión,
group.
así llamadas. También dentro del grupo de trabajo
And within the
queremos
working group,
identificar las
we
mejores
also wish to
prácticas para la
identify
medición
best
de
practices for the measurement of
estas dos variables
these two variables in the labor market. There are countries that, for special reasons, have adopted some parts of the resolutions, and others, though, that are in the process of doing so. Others still haven't done it. It's very important then to know the status of what's being conducted in these countries. Another important point has to do with the fact that this working group disseminates everything that is being done. That is the progress, the initial statement, so that there are no doubts whatsoever on what we're doing. Likewise, one of the most relevant indicators that may come from these new resolutions on data, working data, and that contribute to gender equality has to do with the gaps between men and women in the labor market. And these resolutions on working relations also aim at identifying what are the gaps and what's happening in some Latin countries. The idea behind this document is to gather all of the progress made in the countries in the region, all of the good practices, all of the statements made, as well as the challenges faced by each of the countries in adopting these international recommendations. Now, as to the working group, this is made up by 15 countries that are here listed. And these countries are active in the ongoings of the working group. As I said, this is a good relation that we have. A questionnaire is first responded on the working relations that they have in their countries. We must know, therefore, what's happening in the country in terms of the adoption of ILO's recommendations. Now, let's take a look at the program. This working group started in January 22. That is when we decided who would be responsible. As I said, INE from Chile and the Mexican and so on. And then we prepared a diagnosis in order to determine the gaps in harmonizing the 29th or AC. These resolutions and these diagnoses on the status of the country in the region consist in a questionnaire and the preparation of a short analysis, collection of information in order to find out what's happening in the region in view of the new recommendations. These activities, both the 19th as well as the 27th, I think, were done in March 22. And right now, in this year, in March and April, working meetings were held on labor informality and the working relations. We observed something very important. In talking about informality, for example, we saw that 14 countries in the region measure working informality, and 7 are in the process of adopting these recommendations, the 19th recommendation from ILO. As to labor relations, working relations, In the meetings we've held with the country in the region, we have been able to get some interesting conclusions on the concepts used in the way they measure that kind of working relation. But they have allowed for self-identification in the surveys, and on other occasions, as of the questionnaires, they're able to obtain certain answers, and then we are able to find the special relations situations in each country.
This is what we have worked on in the regional workshops, and then our future steps. Amongst the activities that we have planned, we have the identification of good practices for the adoption of resolutions regarding labor informality and adoption of the 29th. We hope to work with the statistical offices participating in the region. So in October, November 2023, we can have a document regarding this diagnosis for Latin America in the adoption of these resolutions. So this document allows the countries of the region to have enough background to strengthen this implementation of these resolutions, and otherwise to see how have the other countries advanced and how have they adopted these resolutions. Regarding some of the progress to date, we have two regional questionnaires, one on labor informality to know what the countries have been doing. We have prepared a regional diagnosis, one for labor relationships and informality. We share that with the countries of the region for comments or to solve the doubts that we have. Regional workshops. We've held recently 2 virtual workshops in March and April 2023. This is where we can see the progress countries are making. And these workshops have helped strengthen the work relationships between them. This is what I would like to say. And now David has the floor. Thank you. Thank you very much, Fernando. If you help me show the next slide. So continuing with progress to date of the work groups, we are in the process of good practices collection, and we have defined a methodology. We have shared a script that has to be completed by each of the member countries of the group in order to identify which are the good practices. And we have separated this in 2 dimensions. First, identify the good practices in the measurement of labor informality, and the countries are completing this script, and they have to send this by the end of May. And the analysis of this data will be carried out by INEGI Mexico. And then we have the dimension of work relationships. We will use the same methodology, and this will be prepared between May and June. And here we will analyze and prepare the results, and that will be carried out by INE Chile. As to the final product, it is committed that that will be the diagnostic document for assessment of statistics on work relationships and labor informality in Latin America. We have completed the diagnosis, and now we have to complete the good practices part, and that is something we will be preparing in the coming months. Regarding the regional workshops, we still have 3 regional workshops that will be held during this year between May and July. We will hold a workshop to present the detail of the progress made by the global experts group working on the resolution regarding informal labor. And this will be presented in the conference 100 years since the first conference of Work Statisticians Conference. In this process, we have been accompanied by ILO, especially by the South Cone office. They have accompanied groups worldwide, but also regionally due to the importance of this phenomenon, the statistical economic phenomenon, which is measured in our surveys. And therefore, we have been a part of the international debate, but also in last February, we participated in the tripartite meeting with representatives from the workers, governments, and so we've made progress. And we want to present these conclusions to the other countries participating in the group. Between August and September, there will be a workshop to present the compilation of good practices. We will conclude the compilation in June of this year, and October to December, we should be carrying out a workshop closing the biennium. This will be presented in the conference of this year in September, and also have a debate on the future challenges of the group. And finally, some comments. Main regional challenges, the implementation of the latest international recommendations are based on definitions and criteria adopted in the 9th ICLS. And so the implementation of the future 21st conference are very much related. One comes after the other one. We have discussed in the group which are the main challenges, and probably there will be some gaps in statistical theories. So we need an impact analysis and evaluation in terms of methodology and analysis of the data, and then how to present the new indicators to the new users of the new indicators or analysis categories, particularly this new category of some workers that will be included in amongst the indicators. We also have the challenge of disaggregating statistics by sex and the calculation of gender indicators, and pointing out the gaps that exist, and then the adoption of the new recommendations on work relationships and informality. The implementation of them is directly related with national legislation of the countries. So for labor statisticians, it will be important to get acquainted and identify which are the coverages, access to social security in the other countries. And that is the last slide on my side. Thank you, particularly to all the countries that participate in this group and support us in this challenge. Excellent, Fernando and David. Thank you very much for your presentation. Someone is raising their hand. I would just like to say that we have 15 minutes delay and we still have 3 more presentations and the lunch break. So I ask you to follow strictly the schedule. Marcela Cabezas, ILO, the International Conference of Labor Statisticians come. It is held every 5 years. That's from where standards come. We have advanced work so that it is easier for the countries to implement afterwards, but it is impossible to apply the standards of the 21st without having implemented the 19th and 20th recommendation. So we worry countries may be lagging behind. It is important not to make complex the adoption of the standards and look for viable and practical paths. So the countries that don't belong to the group, I invite you to participate in the workshops, because the exchange of experiences with the countries that have made more progress has helped the other ones to quickly adopt these standards, so for them to quickly work towards adopting those standards. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Marcela.
Thank you, Marcela.
Bien, no veo a nadie más pidiendo la
I see
palabra,
no one
entonces vamos a
else.
seguir con
So
el siguiente
now
grupo
we continue
sobre
with the
la
next
recomendación para
group
la medición de las
on the
percepciones
recommendation to
financieras en
measure
las
the
encuestas familiares,
perceptions in
a cargo de
household
Gerardo Leiva Parra, que es
surveys
coordinador
by
de investigación
Gerardo
de INEGI.
Parra from
Adelante,
INEGI.
Gerardo.
Gerardo, you have the floor. Good morning to everyone. It is a pleasure to be with you. I will now share my screen. I hope you can hear me well. Yes, very well, thank you. Well, it is a pleasure for me to report about the progress of this group in charge of the recommendations for measuring perceptions in household surveys. This is a group that we are coordinating from INEGI. The main objective is to strengthen the capacities of national statistical systems for measuring well-being based on subjective information. What we want is to recognize the importance of subjective information as an element that is relevant in the diagnosis of life conditions and how these facts are interpreted, how objective facts are interpreted by people. And then we come to a subjective information that we have to always take into account. So in that sense, what we want is, on the one hand, to have questions to measure perceptions, to have a standard questionnaire for the region, and to have gender oriented indicators. So this kind of questions will have to be designed from that perspective, taking into account gender. And I would like to remind you which are the member countries of this group. You can see them: Bolivia, Brazil, Colombia, Cuba, Mexico, of course, Paraguay, Peru, and Uruguay. Now, the report that will be the result of the work of this group has the structure that you can see on the screen. And this incorporates all the background information, where you can find the motivations that moved ECLAC to invite us to create this group, invited us, and general criteria for incorporating perception-based indicators into statistical system, where we include the importance of taking into account, on the one hand, the report of the subjective well-being of persons, the life experience of each person, that what each one can say for him or herself, how they are doing in life. And on the other hand, those perceptions or those assessments are very personal and subjective, that every person has regarding the external objective reality.
With regard to public actions, the infrastructure, health, and an important number of topics that cover important issues. That is what has been valued and assessed. So again, background, general criteria, and then we continue with international experiences by international organizations, as well as by the group member countries. I mentioned early on gender perspective. Gender perspective is a key part of the work of this group, in addition to intersectional perspective in the measurement of perceptions. Because it's clear, or it should be clear, that the various dimensions of inequalities observed subjectively are multiple, and that these dimensions are also frequently interrelated, so that they actually may lead to significant interactions. Next is defining the relevant thematic areas for policy design. The coordinators actually consulted with the representatives of the rest of the group members in order to identify the thematic areas that we should primarily focus on. And then, of course, we developed a conceptual methodological framework to provide structure here for capturing the broadest amount of information regarding households. And then the next item is actually creating this system of perception indicators. In other words, how do we envision this perception indicator system? What would it consist of? And what shape would the system take? And then, of course, to do all of this, we need to have a series of module questions. And we would be reporting on a series of basic module questions as a first step. And then as a second step, reporting on an extended module of questions. We do have some progress to report. To wit, we analyzed international experiences, as already mentioned. We also consulted with the member countries on their experiences of measuring well-being through subjective information. And we also consulted with the member countries on the various thematic areas that are most relevant to them for drafting their policies, public policies, so that we could have a proposition by the countries that would actually meet their priorities as assessed. And then we have in process, we are working on systematizing metadata and coming up with a standard questionnaire based on the query, in addition to testing the standard questionnaire and then a conclusions of the actual document. So what are the next steps? We need the member countries need to review the draft report. Well, how have we actually worked as a group? Well, what we've done is that, for example, Mexico will move forward with a draft proposal and submit this to the consideration of the rest of the member countries for their feedback. And then they come up with an agreed to draft. The country's feedback is added, and then this is sent back to the countries for their review and then testing of the prototype of the multi-purpose question by member countries. It's also important to mention that although the original origin or the original idea of this group was for the member countries to participate with their own resources, we are considering the possibility of identifying and finding resources to make the questionnaire testing process easier. We also need to bear in mind that the best practices include the design of multi-purpose surveys. And this is slightly considered similar to the spirit of general surveys, because these allow for combining under a single questionnaire a variety of different dimensions related to individuals' well-being and life experiences and their perceptions. So that we have this multi-dimensional approach that actually gives meaning to this assessment and its usefulness for public policies. And with that, I would like to complete my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Gerardo, for your presentation. My pleasure. I see someone has raised their hand, Javier Mancero. Go ahead, Javier. Thank you, Mariano, and it's a pleasure to greet Gerardo. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to ask about time frames. For example, earlier this morning, we saw that this is a product that is slated for consideration by the SCA. So a tight time frame, August is the deadline. And you were talking about testing the questionnaire. So we saw an earlier version of the program, and there wasn't mention of this testing. But if you obviously think it's something important to do, so perhaps you won't be able to have this ready for the consideration of the SCA. Just wanted to ask about that. Yes, obviously we are on a tight schedule for conducting a broad testing experience. In fact, the questions that we would be including are mostly related to experiences that the countries in the region have already had. We do think, though, that because of methodological completeness, we need to have at least a minimum number of tests to understand whether or not the questionnaires, the questions that we're proposing actually work well in terms of language, in terms of whether or not the questions are easily understood by the respondents, where the survey is being conducted. That's what we're looking for. That's what we would like to do, but it's not mandatory. So we're not yet letting go of the possibility of conducting that test. Okay, thank you for that, Gerardo.
La presentación del próximo grupo de compilación de
All right then, let's move on with the next group. We will hear from Adrián Franco Barrios, the VP of INEGI Mexico, to refer to the compilation of experiences to generate statistics on prison systems. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you. I would like to thank ECLAC as the Executive Secretariat of SCA, and thank you for all the progress we've been able to make thus far with regard to the working group on building capacity for compiling experiences to generate statistics on prison systems. I would like to share my screen. I would just like to very specifically refer to the work of the working group. Next slide, please. So 5 countries make up this working group: Peru, Colombia, Bolivia, Dominican Republic, and INEGI, Mexico, as the coordinating country. And we receive support from the UN Center for Excellence Against Drugs and Crime. So the Secretariat and INEGI is also providing support. And here you can see an overall description of the countries. Next slide, please. You can see general description of the general objective and specific objectives. For example, institutional capacity is key for generating statistics related to prison systems in the Latin America and Caribbean region. Of course, these would be based on international standards relative to human rights and regional and international frameworks related or legislation related to prison systems and access to justice in Latin America. I just wanted to quickly remind all of you that this project began with an assessment or a capacity assessment, because this topic, contrary to the other topics, important topics that we address within the SCA, is not an issue that we have control over per se. And this is something very important for the NSOs and for our governments and for public policy. And it's particularly important to remind you of some of the key context data. 1 out of every 5 individuals legally imprisoned globally is in our country, and a third of these individuals do not actually have not actually been sentenced. And more than half of penitentiary systems in Latin America are overpopulated. In fact, with regard to gender focus, we've seen that Latin America, the percentage of imprisoned women has actually grown much quicker than the rate of men who are legally imprisoned. And so that's why this working group has been focusing on conducting an assessment through the statistics processes, an assessment of the main concepts, main variables of the penitentiary systems, prison systems, governance with regard to the rules that we apply to gathering this information. And then we also have the justice and penal systems in existence throughout the region. So the idea is to come up with a first draft, if you will, of information in keeping with all these concepts. Now, of course, we have also been trying to organize all the information we gather, and the idea is to submit this assessment and define the various challenges faced by the region in terms of identifying and producing this type of statistic information. Okay, quickly, moving on. I just wanted to mention that we launched our activities in December 2021 with an annotated index, and then we received feedback on said index from December 21 to January 22. And then in October last year, all the way through January, we actually worked on the draft document. And this was submitted to the group members for feedback and to the executive committee as well. And now we are actually wrapping up the final consultation process after gathering all the necessary information. Next slide, please. So the document consists of the following. We've completed the first 6 sections, and now we're working with the countries on actually we're working on 7 institutional capacities and governance. In other words, trying to determine the actual capacity the countries have to generate this type of statistics. We are also working on defining the overall rules and governance frameworks for this type of statistics. And of course, with that, we will begin another process. We have a lot of information with regard to that. We have to organize the information and then determine the challenges and recommendations. Next slide, please.
We will be working on these two, or we are working on these 2 aspects, capacities and governance. And we finish that. We will begin with challenges and recommendations. The work of the whole team and of all the countries is being reviewed from beginning to end. With regards next steps, well, in these months we will be concluding with the final version of the document. We will submit that to the feedback of this document, and finally, as mentioned by Javier, we will be ready to present the final version of the document in July of this year. Additional comments and challenges that we have found in our region is that when we configured an instrument to compile information of prison systems in Latin America and the Caribbean and the role played by the NSOs, we sent this to 32 countries. Only 13 answered the questionnaire, and since this is a challenge for our countries, I would like to thank the Statistics Division of ECLAC, Rolando and Javier, who helped us on more than one occasion in order to request this information to the different countries. So we are, of course, available for any questions or comments you may want to make. And certainly I would like to thank countries, not only of the working group, but of other countries that have supported us with this. Thank you, Mariano. Thank you very much, everyone. Dear Adrian, thank you very much for your presentation. It was a very quick presentation, and I thank you for that, because we are running very short of time. In fact, we still have one presentation before the lunch break. I see that there are no comments. Okay, so let's move on to the last presentation on a guideline for the compilation and use of input product matrices. And we offer the floor to the Central Bank of Guatemala that will deliver a presentation in a sense. And the presentation will be delivered by Carlos Figueroa. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the possibility of being able to share the progress that has been made in this handbook of input-output table compilation and uses with a gender perspective. We'll try to conduct this presentation very quickly and in a very concise manner. I would just like to say as a general commenter that this project was approved in November 2021 during the 11th meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas, where it was proposed, it was suggested that we prepare a handbook of input-output table with a gender perspective, with the purpose of complying with the biennial program 2022-2023 of the Statistical Conference of the Americas of ECLAC. With this purpose, our intention is that this product be useful to provide guidelines to determine this matrix. And we hope that this will be solid and robust enough, the methodological robustness that will enable us to compile the basic statistics, especially from national surveys, to sort of feedback the construction of these matrices with regards to what may come from national accounts. And normally one tends to build as from national accounts. We build these matrices, but often we forget that the construction of these input product matrices can feed into national accounts, especially with the gender perspective. That could somehow change this perspective within the methodological framework that I have mentioned. We also wanted this matrix to have a much more popular use, much more wide-ranging in countries, to conduct diagnosis and scenario simulation, including the gender perspective, of course. And with this, it is expected that we will encourage different countries to update or compile these IoTs with these characteristics. The general objective of this product is to provide statistical offices in Latin America and the Caribbean with a guide for the preparation of input-output tables, including recommendations for statistical procedures that have to be followed, as well as some guidelines for use. Specifically, we want to provide guidelines to obtain a rectangular table of use at basic prices of national products as well as their auxiliary products. We also want to provide the basis to formulate recommendations for the compilation of the employment and remuneration vectors with a gender perspective, which is the central framework of this guideline. We also want to provide or recommend guidelines to analyze the treatment of secondary products that we can find in this matrix, and also provide guidelines for the compilation of and squaring process of the rectangular tables for obtaining the input-output table, and finally to provide guidelines for interpreting results and running simulations, including the analysis of the gender perspective. And now, what is it that we expect? Well, we hope that this product will serve to encourage and promote the updating of new compilation of IoTs in the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. But we also hope that when it comes to including this gender perspective issue, is that we can have specific objectives to consider these differences in an ideal world where input and production could be differentiated between men and women, and but begin with employment and revenue vectors, enabling us to identify the differences that exist in our countries. Up to now, we have informed the plenary session that the progress of this guide is in its stage prior to the process of compiling the symmetrical matrix. In other words, we have worked with all our rectangular in the establishment of the guideline on how to build these surveys, auxiliary matrices, and we have also mentioned some recommendations of how to build this employment and revenue vector separated by gender. And we have also requested the different countries that have participated in this project their opinion on how we may include this issue of the gender perspective in the matrix of input product, and we have obtained very good feedback from Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Mexico, and Peru. And their recommendations are very promising in order to incorporate them into the document, be it as a central part of the document or as an annex derived from the experiences that each one of them have had in their design. To date, as I said, we have concluded with the construction of the guideline in terms of the estimation of the revenue and remunerations vector per industry with a gender perspective, and with 99% progress. And now in this stage that we have to present in June, which is primarily the compilation of the symmetric matrix product by product and industry per industry, referencing these vectors that were previously mentioned. In August 2023, we hope to conclude with the guideline on the use in these exercises and simulations with this input product matrix, and by November 2023, we hope to conclude the final document that we will submit to this plenary session. Well, that's as far as I go with my presentation. If you have any doubts, of course, I am willing to clarify that. Thank you, Carlos, for your presentation. It's a real challenge to implement this perspective in national accounts and in an input product matrix. I believe that this is a key aspect in terms of being able to mainstream this in a matrix or in national accounts. I'm trying to see if somebody is asking for the floor. No, no one has asked for the floor. Okay. Recently in March, we published, and you can see the title, mixed inputs and the input of hand labor per gender and age group. This is something that we did based on this administrative record. And this will also be useful as an input to feed into a future input product matrix, and that would be very important. And so congratulations, because it's a real challenge to be able to implement, to mainstream this in this matrix. Well, we are now going to have a lunch break. We resume at 14:30 hours Chilean time. And so we will meet up again in 1.5 hours. Thank you very much.
tardes, ¿me escuchan?
Estamos bien, Martín, adelante.
Sí.
Bien, de acuerdo. Estaba Marco para comenzar la moderación durante la tarde.
Marco here to moderate the afternoon session. If not, I can. And he can join us when he's ready. Whenever you're ready. Go ahead, let's begin. Good afternoon. Fortunately, we have started slightly behind schedule. In any event, we are going to address Knowledge Transmission Network, RTC. We will hear a presentation by the Chilean National Institute of Statistics, Olga Barquero, the head of International Affairs Department and Institutional Affairs Department of Chile's INE, will be giving the presentation. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone else. Allow me to begin by sharing my screen.
¿Me confirman que se ve la pantalla bien?
Please confirm when you can see this well. Okay, presentation mode is activated. Good afternoon. I will try to be brief. I know we're slightly behind time and we have a lot more to address this afternoon, so I will just briefly summarize the results of our Dear Knowledge Transfer Network, KTN, that INE Chile has been coordinating for practically 3 years now. As you all know, the general objective of the 22-23 biennium was to promote and coordinate activities for the exchange of experiences through the Knowledge Transfer Network. We know that these were all so helpful during the pandemic, and the network has been helpful as well and has actually been consolidated in recent months as the most viable platform for exchanging experiences and knowledge between all of us. We also set another objective, which was to have new spaces for new forms of cooperation among the countries. And that's essentially what I will refer to during this presentation. So we have this new proposal or mission, one could say, that we pledged to address last year, and that is by way of which we turned the Knowledge Transfer Network into two key opportunities. One, we have the KT and Connected site with the website where we have materials that have been uploaded in keeping with the different events, training documents, etc., progress reports of the working groups. And then we have what we actually launched in May of last year, and that what we have been working on, and this is the KTN communities. Essentially, this is a platform for our new form of cooperation and collaboration that we launched back in May of last year. You have a quick summary of the activities that we carried out under this network in 2022. We held 10 activities, all of which had a very good level of participation by the various invited guests and others. Last year, we actually launched a few partnerships that allowed us to have new web conferences to address novel topics. For example, there was a partnership with the UN group, collaborative UN group. In fact, we heard some results of this group, but together with that international group last year, we held 3 video conferences on infrastructure and architecture for IT. We became familiar with the experiences of several different Latin American countries, and these activities were promoted and disseminated by and within that group. We also had an experience with the Big Data Hub in Latin America, actually currently led by Brazil's IBG, and we held a suite of conferences in November, and this actually has had a significant impact on participation. The countries were requesting this for a while, and we actually were able to hold this cycle of conferences starting in November, and we will be continuing to do that by way of video conferences until July of this year. And we were joined by different NSOs from throughout the region and from around the globe, and we've learned about their experiences with regard to using big data for producing official statistics on different topics. Just a bit about the work plan for 2023. We will continue working with the Big Data Hub partnership this semester, the first semester. We are considering the possibility of expanding this partnership term. We have already confirmed 6 video conferences with them, 2 of which were held in February and March, with regard to the use of big data for official tourism statistics, and also the use of mobile data for generating population statistics in March. We also, on April 6th, oh, and by the way, for those of you who were unable to join us at that event, I know it was during Holy Week, and a lot of the countries throughout the region had a holiday, so we would just like to invite you to look at the recording that's been uploaded to the KTN with regard to the use of mobile phone data for displacement and disaster statistics. Also, I would like to cordially invite you to another event that we'll be holding next week. It's a second event on, I apologize, the use of mobile phone data for information technology statistics. We will be sending out the invitations soon with our colleagues from Brazil. Also, we have our regular video conferences. We try to have at least one video conference per month as part of this section. And we started this in the month in which we celebrated International Women's Day. And so the March event addressed this important subject matter. And we received support from our gender colleagues from the ECLAC Statistics Division. We also launched a cycle regarding the use of cloud services for official statistics. This was the first activity in this cycle, and just a bit of a spoiler, we will have other events in the cycle. We will be providing with an invitation on next Thursday. And then we have another cycle of events on the calendar. This is with our partnership, and this will allow us to address internally displaced persons and refugee statistics for the first time. This has not been addressed yet on the KTN. So again, a sneak peek. We will hear from our colleague from Jeeps, who will talk about this and what you can expect from this cycle of conferences. And we hope to close the first semester with web scrapping and scanner data for IPC. So with that, we will be closing the semester. And then, as far as the results of the working groups over the 22-23 biennium, we heard a bunch of their progress reports this morning. And so we also will be holding video conferences to present the main results within the SCA, but we will also be providing the groups an opportunity to present the results of their work over the last 2 years, and these events will be scheduled for the second half of this year.
A further activity that we have conducted in the network, and rather than presenting this, we would like to invite all of you to accompany us, because we are conducting a work in terms of supporting the dissemination of some statistical activities that have been requested. So far this year, we have disseminated these 3 events that you can see there. If you form part of the community, you have probably received invitations for this, but the idea is to promote participation of the statistical community of Latin America, not only in the activities that we organize as the Knowledge Transmission Network, but also of other events that may be of interest to the community
as a whole. And now, dealing with the KTN community, as I mentioned at the beginning, this is a new space for cooperation that we created jointly with the Statistics Division. The knowledge transmission network in this community enables via discussions or closed spaces to share opinions and material on specific issues. Having undertaken an analysis of different options and programs that we had, we chose the option of communities that ECLAC has available today, and that they have made available to the knowledge transmission network. This is the new virtual tool for dialogue and participation for groups, not only for working groups, but for all the other issues that don't presently or that will not have in the next biennial a formal group in place. And we've opened up this space then so that that may be used for thematic discussion. What is it that we can find in these communities? Well, those of you that form part of the different thematic communities have a space where you can find, for example, video repositories that have enabled us to place in one single platform all the different video conferences, meetings, exchanges of experiences about specific issues, so that may be consulted by the members of the group. We can also disseminate events, we can disseminate news that each country that is a member of the community may wish to share with the other colleagues. And in this first stage, those that have formed part of this community have been thematic focal points appointed by each one of the national statistics offices. And we have also added experts in different areas. I specifically will show you later on the two communities with which we began this process. And what does the success of the community rely on? Well, on several occasions, we have repeated that this space and this platform is already available. We have the support of ECLAC, of INE Chile for the use of this platform, and whoever is successful, and if we can continue to promote communities in this knowledge transmission network, that simply relies on the commitment, on the participation, and the desire to exchange experiences with the rest of the colleagues that form part of the community. As I mentioned, we began this community with these two groups. The first one was on the population and housing census. This was an issue that was that we had to initiate in the group. We are presently undergoing this census round, and we have had a lot of coordination and exchange of experiences. And we also have the group for statistics coordination for the 2030 agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean, which is a group that has different characteristics to the census and on housing and population census, but they have benefited from this space to share with this coordination group. In the past few months, we have created new communities. The first one was launched in December of last year and is a community of women leaders of national statistics offices that was promoted by the ex-director of INE Chile, the president of INEGI, and the director of the Statistical Office of the Dominican Republic, that sought in this space a way to promote gender equality within statistics offices at all levels, but especially trying to find a generous and safe space where women in charge of national statistics offices could support each other and exchange experiences and also accompany each other in this process of leading statistics offices. This community also receives the support of Paris 21, and we hope that during the next few months we'll be able to hold some training activities with the support of the Paris 21 team. At present, we are working jointly with the Global Alliance for Care in order to establish and launch the community for the measurement of the Society of Care. This is work that we have undertaken jointly with the gender team of the Statistics Division of ECLAC, and we hope to launch this soon. One of the novelties of this group is that for the first time, we would during the implementation of the community, be incorporating stakeholders from civil society. So far, communities have been led exclusively by national statistics offices and their officials and some international entities. But given the nature of this community, dealing with the society of care, we would be able to open up the participation to some members of civil society. This basically because we're talking of spaces that are safe, that are private, where only with due authorization you're able to participate in this. And this is a novelty that we wanted to launch. This had already been mentioned in the meeting that we held within the framework of the statistics in the UN Statistics Commission. But the purpose is that as from now, these communities can open up to all countries and to all themes that may exist. In case one of the offices or one of the working groups that are presently working and that may submit a work plan for next year, but who wish to continue to share experiences and to have a common discussion space, well, we invite you all to approach us. You can see the email addresses there through which you can make contact with us if you're interested in opening up a new community. And basically what we need here is motivation to have the desire to continue to share and exchange experiences with colleagues. And to the extent that we're able to do that, as from the statistics division and also as from INE Chile, we will support the implementation and creation of these new thematic communities that may be required in the short and medium term. That's as far as I would like to go with my presentation. And I remember that in the RTC page, you will find available all the activities that have been undertaken so far. All the recordings of the events are also available there. And we would also like to invite the working groups that are presently working, that if they wanted to share material, please approach us so that we can do this in the working group on labor statistics and all the workshops that they have conducted. For example, all of them have been shared through the RTC, through the KTN, so that it can be available to the whole community. This is as far as I would go, Chair, with my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Olga, for all the work that is being done within the framework of the KTN. It is truly a very valuable instrument for us all. Now we move on to the next point in the agenda, which is the report of the Statistical Coordination Group for the 2030 Agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this will be delivered by Daniel Takari, who is head of the Innovation, Statistical Dissemination and SDG unit of the Statistics Division of ECLAC. Daniel, I don't know if you're there. I can't see you now. Daniel is writing that he is there, but he has no camera. Hi, Marco. I'm just being logged in as a presenter. Now we see you. Okay. Thank you very much, Marco. I'll take a few minutes of the agenda to share with you some progress in the working group of the coordination of the Statistical Coordination Group for the 2030 Agenda in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would like to share my presentation with you. There, can you see my presentation? Yes, I don't know if you can put it in presentation mode. Is that okay now? No, we can see 2 slides at a time now. There. Yes, perfect. We can see it perfectly well there. Okay. As I mentioned, I'll share with you some of the progress that has been achieved and that our group has been working on in the recent past. I'll mention or comment with you 4 points during my presentation. One has to do with the renewal of countries representing the region, both in the IAG and in the IHG-PCB. I'll also refer to the progress made in the platform to improve group communication, which relates precisely to some of the points shared with us by Olga in her previous presentation. I'll also mention some progress made with regards to the information system for the inventory on national capacities to produce SDG indicators. And lastly, to mention our intention of the meeting of the work group for this year. And now, with regards to the renewal of member countries, as you know, of the IAEG and HLG, the 2021-2023 period is coming to an end with representatives from the region that you can see on the left-hand side. And I would like to express our sincere gratitude to all the countries that have represented the region in these activities. We're talking of Mexico, Belize, Ecuador, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and Argentina in the case of HLG, and the Dominican Republic, Grenada, Trinidad and Tobago, Colombia, and Brazil in the case of the IAEG SDGs. As you are aware, we have summoned the application of members for the next members for the 2023-2025 period. And in meeting of the executive committee, we are called upon to inform the secretariat, technical secretariat in New York of the new members, of the new representatives of the region in these entities. And for that purpose, I would like to inform that we have received the application of Antigua and Barbuda, Guyana, Brazil, and Ecuador in the case of the IAEG, and Belize, Dominican Republic, St. Lucia, Colombia, and Uruguay for the regional representation in the HLG. I would like to call attention of member states in the sense that what is still pending is one of the applications to one of the places in the region in the IAEG. In fact, we still need a country that could represent the Central American and Mexico sub-region. So I hope that we can soon report on this so that we can in turn report to the Statistics Division of the UN in New York, who would represent the whole region in these global entities. As always, and as you may be aware, these 5 countries that represent the region in an entity and the 5 regions that represent the 5 countries that represent the region in the other entity represent these countries for the 2030 agenda in the Caribbean and Latin America. And we have defined the possibility of also having some countries that collaborate with the group's activities as observers. In this case, we still there find the participation of Chile and Cuba, and as always, we have opened up the possibility so that if there is a country interested in participating in the coordination group activities as an observer without being a representative of the region in global entities, that they will obviously be very welcome. And we only need to inform the Secretariat so that we may be able to incorporate in the following activities.
I'd also like to say right here that the Technical Secretariat at global levels to once more insist on the commitment that is needed by the countries in order to participate in this meeting, whether they be virtual or in presence. And it's been noted that in terms of reference, especially in HLG, in coordination and promotion of statistical issues, there is a paragraph that mentions the action that the group may adopt on behalf of the countries that do not attend the meetings or cooperation and collaboration spaces. As of the co-chairs, they may request the renewal of the member state through the regional instances. So it seems important to mention here that in this meeting, so that we may once more talk about the participation of these countries. The other thing I'd like to mention here and that has much to do with what we just heard. It has to do with the group communication and its activity at G at PCC, and this has to do with the implementation of this virtual communication space, and this new period will require updating the focal points, especially for the new members. And evidently, we have opened up the possibility so that the member states of the group may propose a content, news, and topics for discussion for this year 23. We have been working closely with Brazil, one of the most active countries in this group, and they have provided all of the content that is right now part of the platform. And this is a practice period, and we are testing precisely the content manager for uploading information. So we are testing the different mechanisms from member states of the group or from the technical secretariat at ECLAC. Now, in talking about the information system to measure capacities of countries to produce SDG indicators, as we said in the last meeting of the conference, we've implemented a testing period of the system, the pilot period, and there are several countries that were offered to participate in this trial. Brazil, Ecuador, Mexico, Dominican Republic have collaborated at this trial period. And this not only has to do with implementation of the tool, but also in different virtual meetings for the training of people in the use of the tool. We have been able to review and have feedback on the system and the training material, as well as the review of the information found in a system so that it may be useful for the country. This pilot exercise in October last year and in January of this year aimed at raising information on the system functionality to see if there are bugs or improvements, finding out what can we do to improve the usefulness and benefits of the system, to find out how friendly is the system in, and also training and support material. Right now, the technical secretariat and ECLAC is working on reports. The idea is to have an online report system that will use at national scales so that the results may be seen through graphs and then be included in the national voluntary reports or in the follow-up platforms of 2030 agenda, that either for statistical capacity reports on SDGs or as an element for management and monitoring of SDG indicators domestically. As previously, you know, the idea is also to have aggregate results in the region, and these are informed at the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean countries on sustainable development, and the results can also be part of the regional platform of knowledge on 23 that is better known as SDG Gateway. And finally, I'd like to say that as a technical secretary of the group, we wish to maintain a meeting with the new members of this instance. Probably this will be held in August of this year in a virtual meeting. And we wish to take a look at this platform from the communication of the group. We want to see the communication from focal groups, and we want to see the community to start implementing action so that the platform may truly respond to the goals it was created for, and also advances in information system on national capacities to produce SDG indicators. We want to go forward in the reporting system, review them, and then launching the final version. And we also want to start reflecting on the wide exam of the 20-year agenda that is coming on for 25. As you know, this is going to be the last review of the global framework of indicators, and this aims at revising the replacement or proxy indicators that the countries produce internally so as to use them instead of the global ones that have not been able to be produced. That is why this system of national capacities, since it collects information on the proxy indicators and supplemented by what the countries are doing, is a good chance to support this 25 review from the region by providing sound information on the type of indicators are being produced in the region. That would be it. Thank you, Chair. And I am at your service for any questions that may arise. Thank you, Daniel. Indeed, before going to other items in the agenda, I offer the participants to hold the floor for any questions or comments. You may raise your virtual hands on the bottom, or perhaps you can write a question by the chat. I don't see any raised hands. If there are no questions or comments, we will go into the next item in the agenda. And I will thank Daniel for his report. We now go into the results of the World Data Forum as submitted by UN Statistics Division. This is under other matters. Are you there, Jan?
Hi, good afternoon.
Jan?
Hi, can you hear
There
me?
you are, Jan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Jan, we can hear you. Not now.
Sorry, I'm not hearing anything. Can you hear me?
Now we can hear you. Can you
Okay,
hear us?
excellent. Yes, yeah. Okay, I can start. 1 second. Excellent. So for start, I'd like to thank Sepal for inviting me to present on this, and thanks to you, Co-Chair, for giving me the floor. So I'm going to present for about 5 minutes or so on the results of the World Data Forum, which concluded just last week. I think some of the colleagues probably attending here have got back freshly from Hangzhou. I hope you had a comfortable flight and a safe trip back to your home countries. So for some of you, this probably won't be so much news, but if you indulge me, I'd like to go through a couple of the items that took place last week. So to begin with, I'd like to go through a brief history lesson, I guess, if you allow me. So for those who maybe need to have some background or context of where the World Data Forum came from and where it's been going for the last 6 years, I'll remind colleagues and participants that back in 2014, at the genesis, I would say, of the Sustainable Development Goals and the 2030 Agenda, a report was produced following a call for the data revolution as to what that data revolution actually meant and what it entailed and what was the responsibility of the international community to do about this data revolution. And this followed a report, a World That Counts. And one of its key recommendations was a World Data Forum to bring together the stakeholders in this new data ecosystem and the data communities, broadening out the intergovernmental process that has been going now for 70 years as the UN Statistical Commission, and of course the commissions and various groups within the regions. So on the first forum in 2017, the main outcome from that was the Cape Town Global Action Plan, bearing the city's name where the first forum took place. That was our community's, I'd say, business card to the policymaking and decision-making world as to what our priorities were. And it laid out 6 strategic areas, 14 objectives, and 66 key actions, many of which I think many would recognize and were quite concrete, talking either was it census, household surveys, our foundational level objectives for statistics. But it also built on that and built on the demands that I think were very apparent at the beginning, at least, of the 2030 agenda. Following that, we had our second World Data Forum in Dubai, the United Arab Emirates, 2018. That outcome pushed more for the funding of the Global Action Plan and called for an innovative funding mechanism, of which I think we've seen some starting of announced, at least in Bern, in the other forum, around things like the clearinghouse and the World Bank's global data facility. So these things sort of came along afterwards. But I think these outcome documents that are produced each forum produce that starting point, the sort of the firing gun, if you want, on a lot of these things. Coming to the recent COVID period, I would say we were supposed to have a forum in 2020 that was postponed. Instead of cancelling altogether, we decided to experiment with a virtual forum in October 2020. And from that, we also decided to create a statement that was put out on behalf of the data community and statistical offices on the role within COVID. Until a year later, when we actually had the forum that was meant to happen in October 2021 in Bern, Switzerland, where we built on that outcome with the Bern Data Compact that kind of laid out more of the roles and responsibilities and the aspirations for not just official statistics, but I think statistical offices and other players within the data field generally. And now moving to last week, we announced another declaration, this one with Hangzhou, the city where the forum took place last week. And that recommitted us to the Cape Town Global Action Plan, but recognized that maybe we needed to simplify a little bit our message, especially in a time where there is a lot going on, a lot of crises around the world, a lot of distractions, where data can play, I think, a key role, a lot of issues that are really, I think, almost overwhelming some parts of our discussions, I guess. And so we've embarked on a process now to identify a simpler priority set under a reduced set of strategic areas. And this was announced under the Hangzhou Declaration. But also thinking about a more assertive communication strategy, particularly as we have some key summits and events playing out internationally, particularly driven by the Secretary General. And that's the SDG Summit, which happens in September.
La cumbre de ODS que tendrá lugar en septiembre traerá ese mensaje.
2024.
Y miraremos hacia lo que puede ocurrir en 2024. Brevemente me voy a referir a algunos de los temas clave que discutimos la semana pasada. Primero, la innovación y asociaciones para datos más inclusivos y mejores. Luego, maximizar el uso y valor de los datos para una mejor toma de decisiones. Generar confianza y ética en los datos.
2 years ago in Bern. And I
Hace,
think this
es
really
parecido a lo que vimos
condenses a
hace
lot of
2 años en
our key
Berna y
aspirations with these
resume muchas de
events
nuestras
and
aspiraciones
the kind of
claves
content that we're
y
trying
muestra
to
el tipo de
bring out from these
contenido que
forums and the
estamos
kind of
tratando de
discussions
obtener de
and
estos foros,
emphasis
el
that we
tipo
have
de
through
debates,
the forum
cuáles
and
son
bringing
los
people
énfasis que
together,
damos en los
connecting and
foros,
disseminating a lot of
reunir a
this.
las personas, empoderarlas.
So moving on to
Así es
the
que
event
si
itself
vamos
and
avanzando al
some
evento mismo
stats as well as some highlights from the program.
y
So we had about
algunos
1,000
puntos que
people attending
resaltan
in
del
person
programa,
and
tuvimos
about
unas 1000
10,000
personas que
online.
participaron
There was an
en
online event
persona
platform,
y
which
más o
I hope
menos
many of you were
10.000
able to follow
vía
live while we were in
online. Muchos
Hangzhou.
pudieron seguirlo en vivo a través de ese
And we had
medio.
a more
Y
separate social networking platform, we called it
se
Inhiba.
creó una
And
plataforma
it
para
held
crear redes
around
separadas y
2,500 participants from
reunió a
140 countries.
3.500
And there was a lot of energy and
participantes de
activity around that
140
platform.
países. Hubo mucha
And I
actividad
give
en
some
esa
idea of
plataforma.
the regional representation and what we call the
Había
data community
representación
representation across that
regional de
platform,
la
which I think you'll
comunidad
see
de
is
datos
very
a través
diverse,
de
and we're
esa
quite
plataforma.
proud of
Pueden ver que
the
fue muy
diversity
diversa
of
la
the
participación, puede ver
global reach
la
as well as
diversidad
the
y el alcance
stakeholder reach that
global
we're starting
y
to
el
get with these
alcance a los
events.
diferentes actores que
And we
logramos.
also had the most
Y
ambitious
también
program that we
tuvimos el
had
programa
attempted
más
so far.
ambicioso
We
que
had
hemos
the
tenido hasta
usual
ahora.
set of high-level
Tuvimos el
plenaries
conjunto
where we invite
actual de
high-level
plenarias de
speakers to talk
alto
on the
nivel con
thematic
muchos
areas that I just
oradores que se
mentioned.
refirieron a las áreas
We had
temáticas que acabo de
65
mencionar.
parallel sessions
65
that
sesiones
were throughout
paralelas
the program, 18 short
durante todo el
talks,
programa,
and then new
18 charlas
formats
cortas
introduced this
y nuevos
year
formatos
that
que introducimos este
reflected the
año
demands for more
y que
interactive
reflejan la
formats
demanda por
like learning
formatos más
labs,
interactivos como
demonstrations,
laboratorios
and
de
a very good
aprendizaje,
exhibit
demostraciones y
stand
una
or
exposición
exhibit
muy
area
buena
at
o
the
un
venue.
área de exposición muy buena en la sede donde se
So
realizó.
in closing, I'd just like
Para
to note a couple of resources for colleagues, and I hope these slides can be shared. So of course, the website holds a lot of information on what took place, on the build up, on going into it. But we also have the use of YouTube for the recordings of all the events and the interviews and the various clips that were featured during the forum. We have the social networking platform that I think ties things very nicely together, provides a chat, provides a mechanism for reaching out to fellow attendees and even speakers and organizers, of which requires a login, but is otherwise very easy and simple to use. We have a blog series, which is still very active. We find, around the time of the forum, we receive many blogs, and we try and keep that updated and flowing with new information. And then finally, but not least, is we have a media section on the website, which for those who want more of a general idea, we have our press release and various other media snippets that we've developed over the build up and during last week. And we'll be producing still more. We had so much content last week that we're still walking through it. So follow a lot of these channels, and you'll see that more is to come still. Thank you. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ian. Si les parece ahora,
if it's all right with you, we will make a slight change in the agenda. I will ask Jose Antonio Mejia, who comes from the IDB, to speak about the officials of the NSOs. I see you there, Antonio. Thank you much for the invitation and for the opportunity of participating in this important event. I share my screen to make the presentation. I imagine that you can see it. Excellent. As I said, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you very much for allowing me to make this presentation. Many have participated in the study, and the original idea is how to improve the management of the officials in NSOs. This has been generated with evidence of more than 13 thousand surveys carried out in NSOs of Latin America and the Caribbean. The presentation will have 4 parts: motivation and methodology. Why did we do this? Who are the public officials in SNO? Some examples of what we see, what we've discovered through that survey, and a main conclusion derived from the study. In the first place, NSOs do a lot of work generating indicators and reflecting a reality of a country, but they don't look at themselves in a mirror to find out what's going on in the office. When we speak about an institution, obviously that institution is a reflection of the quality of the people who form that institution. And the quality of the work of the institution will reflect the motivation with which the staff carry out their activities, understanding that we have the integrity, the competence of the employees, and not only the institutionality, although that is also very important. So what do we do through this survey? There is one part measuring labor attitudes and competencies, motivation to work, integrity, and some questions about statistical competencies. There is a section about the quality of the practices of for staff management, recruitment, performance assessment, leadership, how they see, how the employees see their leaders and remote work. Which are the best practices? If we find out that, this will lead to better labor attitudes and competencies, more motivation, and that will lead to a better statistical capacity. The tool was developed in several ways. It is based on this labor climate or labor environment surveys, which we have adapted to the NSOs. This adaptation was carried out with the support of INEI from Peru. And we also thank the 13,000 participants that answered the survey in the different NSOs of the region. The profile, we had a response rate of 45%. The survey was applied between November and December 2021, November 2021, July 2022. You can see the profile according to the different NSOs, and to the right, you can see the profile of those who responded, and it is quite similar. There's a slight difference in those under 29 or over 60, but it's rather homogeneous. Through this survey, we generated reports and boards with information for each of the participant countries, because evidently the results that we have are interesting, but the usefulness of them is for the NSOs themselves as a management tool for the human resources. So here we have some results of what came out from this survey. Miosotis already mentioned this when he spoke today in the morning. One of the results is that women are underrepresented as percentage of the staff of NSOs, 54%. But most of the country, here we have 54%, but in most of the region, they are underrepresented in leadership positions. The graph, the orange dots are women in leadership positions and blue men in leadership positions. And in general terms, the leadership positions are basically occupied by men. Another topic we analyzed, and this comes up in discussions, is the average age. The average age of the employees of the NSOs, even though the average age is 43 years, comparable to what we see in central government, we did find some NSOs that had average ages close to 50, and in one case it is above 50. So we need a generational replacement and to train the coming cohorts of staff that will be responsible for these institutions. Most of the NSO's employees are motivated. 84% are satisfied with their work, 78% motivated to do their work, and 84% committed with their work. Obviously, there are differences between countries. This is a regional average, but we can see that in general terms, sometimes what we say that we have to be for our office, we see that most of the staff really has this strong commitment with the institution. They don't only have the commitment, but positive attitudes towards their place of work. 68% would recommend their NSOs as a good place to work. 72% are motivated not only by the NSO, but also of being part of the public service of the country, and less than half would like to spend the rest of their professional career in their NSO. Many of these things are intuitive, anecdotal. Those of us who have worked in NSOs, we see them on a daily basis, but this allows us to give numbers to something that in many cases is obvious. There are employees that are very clear about ethics and what we mean by working according to our values to protect the fundamental values and principles of an NSO. 85% can detect an ethics problem if they appear, and 85% are committed to behave ethically, and 69% would be willing to report if a colleague is behaving in a non-ethical manner. I insist there's a strong motivation to work in these offices, and very varied, but 85% of the employees of NSOs in the country would recommend the NSO as a place to work. And here there's a variability, a significant variability depending on the countries, going down to an office where only 43% would recommend that place to work there, and one where 85% would recommend it as a good place where to work. And as I said that already, that there's a variability between countries, also inside a country's NSO, there are differences. It is possible to make analysis not only of the NSO as a unit, but also of the different areas in an NSO. This graph shows the motivation of the employees of the NSOs with the public service. The yellow dots are the NSOs as an average, and the blue dots, the variability that exists within the different areas of an NSO. This is important. This is important because if we have a human resources NSO strategy, we have to think about the different areas, and maybe within the NSOs, in the different departments, divisions, or areas, there will be lessons learned regarding how to motivate the staff in a better way. Here we can see the enormous divergence in an NSO where the variability goes from 19% motivation regarding public service, up to 73%.
I was saying that this survey talks about how the employees feel, but it also refers to a series of compound indexes that aim to report on how NSO's policies are rolled out. So how are human resources managed? Well, I will refer to some of the recommendations with regard to this question. And of course, this is something that would have to be applied individually by each NSO in keeping with their context. So I was talking about how employees feel. This is the employee's perspective with regard to how motivated they are at work and how they feel overall at work. But there are also other questions with regard to how they actually perceive the HR resources at each NSO. And here we have this recruiting and hiring quality index. It talks about the effectiveness, one could say, of the process. And 51% heard about their first job informally by way of word of mouth. And not through any formal announcement, but rather because they heard it from an acquaintance. And also says 34% of those surveyed had their methodological or programming, statistical methodological or programming skills assessed prior to starting their job. And 27% reported that they received support from either a family member or a politician to gain their position. Also, it is often repeated that if there are any assessments, consistent performance assessments, or if they also refer to whether or not these have an impact on the employee's performance. This question was related to that. So 64% of those surveys said that they did have the opportunity to talk about their most recent performance assessment with their supervisor. With regard to career development, merit-based career development, 47% of those surveyed said that they do perceive that they have good career opportunities within their NSO. And this obviously, again, this is not just anecdotal, but this is obviously quite obvious, sorry. And it says that 21% of those surveyed are satisfied with their pay. Only 24% believe that they earn enough to pay their household bills, and 39% say that it would be difficult for them to find a better paid job in the private sector. There is another aspect, and this is related to how the employees perceive their supervisors. Important to underscore that 60% of those surveyed do not favorably view the policies or attitudes of their immediate supervisors. 68% trust their immediate supervisor, and 51% trust the senior management. These obviously vary from one NSO to the next, and each individual office has the report that will allow them to act accordingly. Also, bearing in mind current times, there were questions regarding remote work. 47% of those surveyed have said that they have the opportunity to work remotely, and 65% of these individuals believe that they are as productive working remotely as they are when working at the office. 78% would like to continue working remotely or have the opportunity to work remotely at least 1 to 2 times a week. In conclusion, the information from this report will be published shortly, the entire report, and this is helpful for comparing NSOs and comparing specific areas within NSOs, as well as different groups, not just men and women, but different age groups. We have also seen, for example, how with regard to motivation and the intent to stay in their jobs, we see that their individuals are more motivated to stay in their jobs when they're over 50 when compared to those roughly around 30, 35. But then when we assess skills required to carry out their positions, we see that those individuals in the 30s are more qualified than those in the 50s. So obviously, this is one of the areas that show that it's important to invest in young people, given this generational change that is on the fore for a lot of our institutions. As I mentioned, it's important to address each NSO and the variability within these with regard to all of the different indicators addressed under the survey. For example, we referred to how motivated they are working as civil servants, the degree of trust that they have in their leadership, the quality of the leadership within the organization, of the overall organization, their relationship with their immediate supervisor, etc. With regard to conclusions, I think, again, these conclusions are more specified in the individual institutional reports and dashboards. We will be publishing a report with general conclusions. And the most important conclusion is that, well, this morning we talked about peer review processes and quality assessment processes and how can we improve statistics management in our countries. It's important to have a tool such as this one that will actually allow us to consistently address how the most important NSO's resource is doing. And when I say that, I'm referring to the human resources. With that, I have completed my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Jose Antonio. Okay, then let's go on to the next topic. It seems that we're doing quite well in terms of our schedule, so it's likely that we will have some time for Q&A. Now let us move on to addressing progress with regard to 2030 Agenda SDGs. Rolando Campo from ECLAC will be providing us with this progress report. Go ahead, Rolando. Thank you, Marco. Good afternoon. I will share my screen with your permission. Can you see it? Yes, please make sure you put it in presentation mode. Thank you. Okay, thank you. As you know, we mentioned early on yesterday that last week, from Tuesday to Friday, here at ECLAC, we sponsored the Forum of Latin American and Caribbean Nations on Sustainable Development. This was the 6th forum, and all of the countries participated. There was a position paper that was presented at this event to monitor the 2030 agenda. In this regard, all of the ECLAC areas were involved in the SDGs being addressed this year, and the Statistics Division was requested to do an additional project, something that we've been working on for 4 or 5 years roughly, and I'm referring to monitoring the targets and forecasting targets with statistics information addressing the behavior of each area. So allow me to present to you what the entire division's team members have done. Specifically, Chapter 3, which is Chapter 3 of the document that is actually available on ECLAC's website. You can click on the development forum and download this document where you can find a wealth of information. So here we have the first slide, because the actual document is very concise. So we overlapped several different slides, but this one is a summary, and this one refers to the availability of data in the global database managed by the division, and all of the programs and projects upload their information to this so that the UNSD can issue its global report on progress towards the 2030 agenda. So we have a database and we have this information available on the platform. This is where all the agencies and programs upload their information. And this slide here refers to the different levels of information concerning each of the SDGs. And this is displayed by target. The darker the color, that means that there's more information available. The lighter the color code means that there's less information available. We can see that some of the SDGs are shown in darker colors, meaning that there's more information available. Here you have number 17, for example, whilst there are others with less information, such as 13. This is at the aggregate level for the entire Latin American Caribbean region. And what we have on the SDG Gateway is country-level disaggregated information. It's also disaggregated for the entire region separately for Latin America as one region and the Caribbean as another sub-region. That is. And this refers to the country behavior related to each of the SDGs, their respective indicators and targets. And this is the information we have for all the countries. We can see which countries are doing better, which countries have more information, which countries call for more information. And there are some areas where there simply was not enough information available. And you can see SDG 1 is shown on the screen here. This is just SDG 1 as an example. And if you click on the SDG Gateway, you can find regional statistics such as this one. And you can download the information and identify how each country is doing with regard to information availability, or how complete the information is for each country.
and in the printed document. And as we have, we can see there, as stronger this color is, that implies that there's greater level of information. Now, what we also did within the process is that what we also did is that we presented in the report is how the region is faring with statistical models and with the information that we downloaded from the global database in order to have homogeneous information and to be able to have information about the data, how we are monitoring the 2030 agenda in our region. A few days ago, the Secretary General presented a report stating that in the world, only 12% of the SDGs were going to be reached by 2030, and that the rest were facing serious difficulties. And he spoke of very high percentages in that sense. Our region, at an aggregate level, evidences that 25% of the goals that we were able to measure are on the road or are in a corresponding trend, and that we will reach those goals by 2030. 48% of the goals are heading in the right, the trend is heading in the right direction, but their progress will not be sufficient to meet those goals, the goals established by 2030. And 27%, in the case of 27% of the goals, the trend is not heading in the right direction, but is heading in the opposite direction and is distancing itself increasingly from the goal. That is the size of the complexity, and that is what was included in this report, using global databases and using information that enables us to standardize all this information. This slide is a different way of viewing per goal how we are faring this with success probabilities in this sense. And we have incorporated 30 of the indicators that we prioritized in our region. Now, if we break this down per region and we place Central America and Mexico, where we can see what the map would look like. And if we focus exclusively on Central America, we are able to see how indicators are advancing in each direction. And this enables us to compare per indicator how they are faring in this sense. And the same thing for South America and likewise for the Caribbean. Within the division, we were able, as a result of our colleagues from innovation, with Daniel Takari and with the whole support team that helped us to develop this, to enable this identification, this disaggregation, and this information that we are presenting to you, and that was information that the Executive Secretary presented in his report of the monitoring of the 2030 agenda. And with this disaggregation, and in other chapters, in chapter 4, for example, we also presented information about objectives that we worked with this year, objectives 6, 7, 9, 11, and 17. And for each one of them, we have incorporated a slide about some of the indicators. And so what we did was to open up the objective, as it were, the goal, and the text referred to the monitoring of the 2030 agenda. This is the way in which we have been participating, and I wanted to present this report to you because I think it reflects the monitoring work and the different work that is underway in that sense in order to compile information and to provide information to countries, and so that each country can monitor their 2030 goals through their national voluntary reports provided at an annual level. These are global. This is global data that enables us to monitor the region in this sense. And thus I conclude my presentation, Marco. Thank you very much. Thank you, Rolando, and the team for the work that they have done. Now I would like to invite Laura Jamarinaro. Laura Jamarinaro, please excuse me for the pronunciation. I'm very bad with surnames. She is the representatives of the Bureau of the Americas of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. And I'll invite her to present the international recommendations on statistics relating to displaced, internally displaced persons, refugees, and stateless persons in charge of the group of experts on statistics of refugees, internal displaced persons, and stateless persons. Laura, I don't know if you're around. I can't see you right now. Good afternoon. I am trying to show my video. Can you hear me? Yes, we hear you, but we can't see you. I'm trying to show my, to turn my camera on, but what is most important is for you to see the presentation. This is the presentation. Well, we saw the presentation briefly, now it's disappeared.
Laura, ¿estás ahí o?
Sí, estoy aquí. Perdón, tengo un
Are you
problema.
there, Laura? Yes, I'm here, but I have a technical problem. No, I thought you had, your connection was down, but no.
Ahí te vemos y vemos a la presentación. Si
Now we see you and the presentation. If you put it on presentation mode, full screen, that would be far better.
¿Ya la ven en pantalla grande?
Can you see it now? Yes, perfect, Laura. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. I apologize for these eternal technical problems. So thank you for inviting me. I've already been introduced. So today I'm not only talking on behalf of the UNHCR, the High Commissioner, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, but also on behalf of three other organizations in the Americas that have been established, that have established a group for the strengthening of the statistics on forced displacements and stateless persons in the Americas. So these organizations are GIPS, which is a joint service to characterize displaced populations, the International Organization for Migrations, OIM.
Todavía estoy en línea, escucho rumores.
Looks like I'm still online. No, now we've lost your presentation, Laura. Is has it come back? No, we see you and we hear you well, but we can't see your presentation.
I didn't do anything, but when I lose connection, it goes away. ¿Ahora se ve otra vez?
Can you see it now? Yes, now we can see it, Laura. And also on behalf of the System for Central American Integration, SICA, despite the fact that SICA and Centrostat will have their own, will deliver their own presentation later. So we're all members of EGRIS. EGRIS is an English acronym for the Expert Group on Refugee, Internally Displaced Persons and Stateless Person statistics. Before we talk a little bit about more about EGRIS, I would simply like to underscore the importance of having official statistics about these populations. Just before, Director Ocampo was talking about SDGs. And the summary of SDGs, well, the slogan is to leave no one behind, and yet this population is suffering the risk of being left behind because they're often invisible in country statistics, and therefore the importance of having official statistics about these populations is to be able to provide guidance to governments and also to regional and international organizations in order to produce strategies to allocate resources in the formulation of policies based on evidence that take into consideration the needs, the profiles of this population in order to obtain the data that may exist among normal citizens, so to speak, that are not internally displaced persons or stateless persons or refugees in each country. Those are the commitments such as the 2030 Agenda, but also the World Agreement on Refugees, the World Action Plan to eradicate statelessness, and the Program of Action of the General Secretary of the UN on internally displaced persons. And therefore, there are many mandates, so to speak, in addition to that of EGRIS. That imply that states must possess official statistics about these population groups. Now, why did we need to create a group of experts? Well, because beforehand there were no frameworks or statistical guidelines that specifically included this population. Most of the data that we did have and that we still have is what we call operational data or operative data produced by humanitarian entities such as the UNHCR. They do have data about refugees, but they don't have the same rigor, the same level of importance as official statistics. In other words, we cannot expect a government to develop its development plan and its strategy and economic development plans based on UNHCR statistics, which are simply figures, but not necessarily very elaborate or as elaborate as what emerges from household surveys. And therefore, having disaggregated data for this population will enable them to make decisions on or based or for this population. EGRIS at present is comprised of 55 member countries, 36 regional and international organizations. And focusing on the Americas, the member states of EGRIS are Canada, Colombia, Ecuador, Honduras, Mexico, and the US. And as organizations, regional organizations, we find the Centrostat of the Central American state, and recently we also include ECLAC, represented by the Statistics Commission, but also by the other area dealing with population. I can't remember the name in Spanish, and I just remember that I could have delivered this presentation in English.
The mandates coming from UN Statistical Division, and 3 mandates have been sent. The first one in 2016, and that was to develop international recommendation statistics of refugees, which in English is called IRRS. And this was done. So UN Statistical Commission decided to send a second mandate from 2018 to 2020 in order to develop the international recommendations on statistics on internally displaced persons, as well as a manual that would be useful with much further detail into the agencies and statistical offices and other parties that have to do with statistical data in order to implement that recommendation. And a third mandate was sent from 2020 to 24 that has to do with the implementation of the recommendation on refugees and internally displaced, as well as developing the international recommendation on statistics on stateless persons. Now, what do these recommendations contain? There are 3. But somehow, it can be said that the 3 have something in common. First of all, they create a statistical framework that would harmonize the terminology. We're talking about statistical framework and classifications. There are lists of tabulations and indicators of basic data. There's evaluation of the data sources, because we do have administrative data, census, and surveys. So they assess and compare the sources of data, as well as the methods and means to improve and to triangulate them. There was an identification of socioeconomic indicators for integration and well-being of refugees, displaced, and stateless persons. And equally important was the list of SDG indicators as recommended to be disaggregated by forced displacement. This is important, to having disaggregated indicators for forced displacement, so as to compare the situation of the citizens who have not been displaced or the residents with that of the displaced persons in order to fill in the gaps. And finally, different steps to improve statistical coordination at national, regional, and international levels. In 24, there was a development of a new manual of recommendations on statistics of stateless persons that is still not published as the other 3 that have already been published with the photographs. But the content has just been approved in New York a month ago. So this part of the mandate has already been met. Still to go are 3 important fields: the promotion and dissemination. And these are high-level events with website uploads and a lot of work. I'm afraid we're missing her. Laura is not connected. We lost her connection. Unfortunately, we lost Laura again, but there she is. Is the presentation there? Nope. It cannot be seen. No. Every time there is a lack of connection, my screen disappears. I don't know what that happens, why it does, but she disappeared again. Laura, we can share the presentation, but it has already been posted. There we are. Let's hope that it doesn't happen again because I'm almost over. Very well. As I was saying, there are different networks and then reinforcing capacities. We're working with the other partners and that involves workshops. We concentrated in 21, 22 in Central America, but we would like to expand this effort to the whole continent. We have regional workshops, e-learning workshops, and we already launched the first e-learning with more than 400 participants throughout the world. And this e-learning started in Spanish, but there's another version in English to come. And then improving the compilator manual. The compilator manual has been published, but it's been revised in order to be more complete and more useful. And now we come to an important part of it all. And talking about America, here we have examples of the implementation of the recommendations in Central America. There are two very important examples that are being developed now in Honduras and in El Salvador. In Honduras, the permanent household survey on multiple purposes and the corresponding one for El Salvador in 23. In Honduras, they have included questions on internally displaced persons, as well as the long-lasting solutions part that was missing. In El Salvador, we also included a module of a migration in order to find out about the result of the survey by disaggregation through internally displaced. And in 24, for the first time, we are talking about official statistics because we have figures from these countries in terms of internally displaced. But it was an operational kind of figure. But now we have official statistics. And this has been done with all of the rigor that it involves, as you well know. In Panama, the census that is now being developed for the decade of 2020 includes citizens as a central topic. There are options to also include stateless persons. In Costa Rica, the National Census of Population and Housing from last week included also questions and information on refugees, and this was going to be crossed with the members of the population. In Mexico, we also recognized internally displacement, and this was triggering the first research on internally displaced based on the question on the reason for migration. They have different opportunities and now, well, there are possibilities of gathering more information on the population at the population census of 25. We don't know if this will be included, but as international organizations, we are trying to get that to happen. Well, there was so much more to bring. And there was another slide that I cannot find with my contact. I don't know why it's not here. It should be here, but I will send you the contacts of the persons that you can reach. There's a website of EGRIS. It's online, as well as the contacts, and that would be myself and we have Maria's and from Sika. I'm afraid the last slide wasn't here, but I can put it in the chat with the contact information. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you, and I really apologize for the technical glitches. Thank you, Laura. And the Secretariat from ECLAC will also be able to share these contacts. Once more, thank you very much for being here with us and for this presentation. I will now invite Mario Villalobos, who is the at the center of the planning for SICA, and he will be talking about statistics on internally displaced persons. Mario, there you are, and we already have your presentation. Great. Thank you very much, Chair. And I take advantage of this opportunity to greet the Director Rolando Campo and the directors and delegates of national statistical offices from Latin America and the Caribbean. I also greet the representatives from different international organizations who are also following this meeting of the Executive Committee of SCA. Now, for starters, I'd like to talk about the creation of the Central American Statistics Commission from the Central American Centrostat. And this came as an agreement of the Council of Ministers in 2008. And this was then ratified by the meeting of presidents, which is the maximum organ of that Central American system. When the commission met, a clear mandate was sent, and the purpose was to strengthen the regional integration and its progress through the availability of statistical regional and updated information. To that end, Centrostat has been working since 2014 with a strategic framework that is known as the Regional Strategy for Statistical Development, ERDE, and from that, a working plan came forward. And one of the priorities there stated is the strengthening of capacities for the collection of statistical information on migration and forced displacement in the region. Here, Centrostat tackled the topic, coordinating efforts on migration and displacement, which from the very onset has been led by the National Statistical Institute of Honduras. Now, let me bring you some background information. And this has been very important for the work that we have developed from Centrostat. And this started from the collaboration agreement that was subscribed between SICA and ACNUR. That was in April 2014. SICA has been participating in these meetings as that one that brought forward the action plan from Brazil in December of 2014. In 2018, we expanded this collaboration agreement between SICA and ACNUR. And this now already had the support of EGRISA. We proposed a work on migration and displacement, and the working group was created. From then, different activities were held as here described. For example, in June of 21, there was a virtual meeting with EGRIS Centrostat in order to meet the statistical recommendation on the compilation of statistics on refugees and internally displaced persons. In December of 21, Honduras initiated a pilot project using the method of random digital marking in order to gather information on displaced persons. And many challenges were faced then. And in November last year, and I will talk about this in further detail, we saw the regional workshop by Centrostat on statistics of internally displaced persons and migration. I'd like to now emphasize on some of the activities that we're conducting now. This has been discussed in the technical group on displaced persons and refugees, and we have included some in the permanent household surveys. And this was implemented by the Honduras office, statistical office, and El Salvador also through the regional office, and on census is now including a module precisely having to do with
regarding including questions. The Republic of Guatemala, through its Statistical Institute, the important thing, and we see that as a possibility, and that is the presentation of this experience of Centrostat in the framework of the next meeting of the Conference of the Statistics of the Americas. That workshop that was carried out in November last year, the technical team on migration and displacement, that workshop had two purposes, basically. The first one is to continue to make progress in the strengthening of regional capacities of the NSOs on the methodological recommendations defined by the statistical framework for internally displaced persons, and something that was also very important, and on the basis of a research process in the NSOs of the region, we discussed about a regional diagnosis regarding statistics productions about forced displacement. Who participated? Well, the technical group, of course, from Centrostat, competent national institutions related with internally forced displacement, and we also had the support and participation of UNHCR, and we also had INEGI from Mexico. From that workshop, we derived some conclusions and some lessons learned that we would like to underscore, and some of them are related with the importance of improving the institutional coordination amongst all those NSOs that are the offices that serve the internally displaced persons, and also the NSOs. This is a critical factor for success. On the other hand, there is a big challenge for those entities that take care of the internally displaced person, and that is that we have to reach decision makers, and it is very important to have official statistics to be able to do that. Official statistics would help the coordination between the NSOs with these other agencies and with the rest of the national statistical system. Also, the diagnosis showed that not all the countries have regulatory frameworks. And that implies that we do not recognize clearly internally forced displacement. And here, those who are in charge of this phenomenon have to have an interinstitutional dialogue where the NSOs have to participate with the agencies in charge of internally displaced person. The absence of a regulatory framework and the shortcomings that we have, and even the regulatory framework when we do not even have regulations, etc., it is not possible to create the administrative records of the internally displaced persons. Other elements that we discussed is related with the data on the internally displaced person. But the censuses have not been used for internally displaced persons. Some are still being planned, and then these possibilities are being evaluated. Also, the household surveys, because of their nature, these are regular statistical operations, maybe they could be very important for the production of those official figures. That is what we were saying that Honduras is doing. El Salvador and Guatemala, probably. The NSOs, member of Central Stat, could provide a better answer to the potential requirement of official statistics of internally displaced person, even only if we continue to strengthen our capacities regarding the implementation of the recommendation. This was mentioned already as one of the initiatives that they have. Of course, the SICA countries, and especially those that are trying to create policies for humanitarian response policies, would benefit if we had that statistical evidence for the quantification and characterization of the internally displaced population. And finally, we need to strengthen the collaboration between the NSOs and the national entities in charge of the internally displaced population. This is not a problem of the NSOs, but it is a challenge that not only them face, but here we need a strong collaboration between the different agencies. I think that these countries that are close to carrying out their censuses have the possibility of assessing, including specific questions that would help identify those internally displaced persons. On the other hand, the NSOs that serve that population, of course, we need the support of NSOs, and those NSOs have to continue to make progress to obtain better political support that should be reflected in more resources, and those resources should enable the strengthening of the NSOs. Finally, speaking about EGRIS, we have the importance of continuing to promote the exchange of experiences amongst all these players, government, international partners, etc., to be able to exchange good practices. in order to share lessons learned, and this would certainly help us identify better the internally displaced populations and therefore evaluate the advancement towards the attainment of long-lasting solutions. This is all. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you very much, Mario Villalobos, for your presentation. Thank you on behalf of Centrostat. We thank you for your participation. With this, I would say that we conclude the agenda of presentations that we had for today. We could now go on to comments if someone would like to take the floor. I only have Alexander Loschke from the United Nations Statistics Division to speak about the global network of data officials and statisticians. There I see her, so maybe first we give the floor to Alexander, I'm sorry. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. If you allow me, I will share my screen for the very short presentations, not more than 5 minutes. But I would like to show you a couple of things regarding that global network of statisticians and data officials that we are leading here from the Division of Statistics of the United Nations Office in New York. Okay, what is the global network of data officials and statisticians? It is an online professional community launched in October 2020 during the World Statistics Day. Today we have 2,900 users from throughout the world, and the purpose is to support the work of all the entities of the United Nations systems and improve the communication and collaboration with the NSOs and amongst the different entities of the United Nations. Very briefly, some demographic data. About 50% of the participants in the global network come from the national statistics systems or from other entities of the government. More than 1/3 come from the United Nations system and about 7% from other regional and international organizations. And then another 7% from NGOs, the academy, and relevant private sector. This is how you see it when you connect, for you to have an idea of how it looks. And I won't go into all the details because we will share this presentation with you after the meeting. But we can summarize in the following way. This would be the purpose of what we can do in the global network. We can summarize it with 4 words, or the 4 C's as we call it. One is coordination, collaboration, connection, and capacity building. That is the most important. And this is why we created the global network of data officers and statisticians. Here you have some information, which is our vision for the future. As I said before, a lot regarding collaboration, how to create communities of practice, how to foster the collaboration within the UN system and with the NSOs to strengthen capacities and so on and so forth. To summarize, we want to build a an organic knowledge base through the interactions in the global network. And even though the scheme, the scheme said that even though the language we use the most in the global network is English, but anyway, you can use any other language in the global network, because there is an automatic translation function in the system, in that platform that we are using. So it's not necessary for you to write or read in English.
We have several different existing thematic groups. Some have reached their scheduled end and have been filed, but there are still many other active groups. In fact, one of the aspects I wanted to underscore here is the SDMX user forum. This is a support forum for all SDMX users around the world. So if you have questions related to this concept, you can post them there, and then one of the designated experts will be available to answer your question. We also have other thematic groups on tourism statistics, environmental statistics, and one of the most popular groups is the machine learning group. So please join the network, the global network of data officers and statisticians. In order to do so, all you have to do is scan this QR code and then preferably sign up with your work email. But if that's not possible, you can also use a private personal email. But again, we prefer that you use a work email. All right, that's all I have for you. Thank you very much for allowing me to present this information. And I'm looking forward to having many new members in the global network. Thank you, Alexander, for sharing that information with us. I see that Miosotis has raised her hand. The floor is yours. Thank you, Nicolas. Thank you. Thank you to all of you for allowing me to take the floor. I know we are running out of time, but there's still two things that I wanted to point out. One is related to the topic that Rolando presented, that is the feasibility of attaining the SDGs and the indicator issue. Now, the population and development funds meetings, and then the conference in China referred, both meetings, countries referred to how we should take advantage of the current context today, in that there is not much information, that we are not necessarily meeting our commitments, and we should leverage this opportunity to really sit down and think about how we are defining the indicators. And perhaps there is some room for improvement, and that we consider the limitations faced by the national statistics systems when calculating indicators based on the way the scopes have been defined or the indicators have been defined. As a region, we could address this, but primarily, let's take advantage of some of the presentations I actually saw last week. I don't recall if this was at the commission in New York, but Colombia and other countries referred to interesting examples, how they're working with 80% of the indicators. And so maybe the region could take advantage of those lessons learned and to figure out what Colombia has done well and turn this into a good practice that can be shared amongst everyone. Let's reflect upon that. I just wanted to point that out. And also with regard to Antonio's presentation, Antonio from the IDB, and bearing in mind our knowledge transfer network and the community of practitioners related to women leaders, Anna West from the ECLAC Gender Affairs Statistic Division and the representative from Chile's INE, maybe we could get together and make a presentation on this in the September meeting at Aguascalientes. That is to define good practices, to list the good practices already underway, and perhaps the women's division of statistics could address this. The IDB and the community of female leaders could refer to this. Antonio, Rolando, Yana, they all talked about this. Maybe we could get together and do something in this regard. Thank you. Thank you. I agree wholeheartedly with everything you mentioned, particularly with regard to the last matter. Maybe something could be organized within the framework of the meeting you mentioned. Who else would like to take the floor? Are there any other questions out there? It seems as though there aren't. Very well then, there being no further questions. Oh, Rolando raised his hand. I will try to address Miosoti's concerns. One of the working groups in each region for monitoring the 2030 agenda is related to that. That is related to SDG monitoring and how the regions represent the region, the global forum related to monitoring SDGs, and how each region, what each region is doing to monitor the information produced. For example, you have the global database that is hosted by a lot of the agencies here. We know that these are not all globally comparable, but because they're based on what each agency has in terms of the metadata for each indicator. Each country defines its own individual targets related to the 2030 agenda. And if the targets are defined, then each country's institutional arrangements should be responsible for monitoring said targets and find every possible route towards attaining them. As Miosotis mentioned, Colombia is a good example because they have been very good at linking their activities at the DANE and with the indicators, and they have a good practice with regard to the organizational side. Country by country information is available in terms of how the 2030 agenda institutional mechanisms are linked. So let's take a peek at that. You could just go online and look at each individual country to see how they're doing and how their linkages are organized. I think that's something quite relevant that we could work on. I would propose perhaps having an aside event to on the margins of the SCA to address the various experiences in the region regarding this topic. At ECLAC, we've been working with the UN funds, agencies, and programs to identify precisely what Myosotis has mentioned. In other words, how is the pilot program, or actually it's a soft launch of this platform, how the countries are uploading their targets, who's responsible for what, how many years have they been presenting reports, and this is a soft launch of the platform again. The platform's available. We could do that, and as such, identify the need to further develop this on other dissemination platforms with European cooperation funds. We could enable the countries to present their data. I think we could find some sort of solution at the SCA, and perhaps there could be some support out there by our friends from the IDB or the CAF or elsewhere. Maybe there is a donor out there willing to provide us some technical assistance in this regard. Regarding the second topic, we could issue some sort of communication with INEGI and UN Women, because they're in charge of organizing gender issues, so that within the framework of the time use conference, we could include some topic along these lines. Thank you, Rolando. Is there anyone else who would like to take the floor? No? Very well then. Let's move on to the final considerations and approval of the agreements and subsequent closure of this meeting. Okay, so now it is time for the countries to approve the agreements of the 22nd meeting of the Executive Committee of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, the Secretariat has circulated via email to all of you a document containing what the chair considers to be the resolutions of this meeting of the Executive Committee. I see Jimena up there has requested the floor. Just quickly, Myosotis referred to whatever she referred to pertaining to Uruguay has also been included in the agreement. So having said that, Jimena, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all delegates. Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the Secretariat, I would like to mention that we have added two agreements obtained during the meeting. One is the new number 3, which says it calls upon national statistics offices to work with the support of the Statistics Division as a technical secretariat of the conference in producing a roadmap for the establishment of administrative records with a regional and main and cross-cutting view of all countries. And as you mentioned, Chair, we have the 15th the digital festival, and it says we request as technical secretariat of the conference to deliver a proposal so that we can participate at a regional level in the digital festival that will be held in Punta del Este in November, and that will be the 2 changes that we have incorporated by the secretariat, and that subsequently, if approved by delegation, so we will send you the, of course, the definite and final version via email. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jimena. Having said this, we now, I don't know if anyone wants to make a comment. If not, we approve all this, and we would like to offer the floor to Rolando for his final considerations. Rolando, thank you, Marco. I thank all of you for staying to the end of this executive committee meeting of the Statistical Conference of the Americas. We've had 2 very intensive days yesterday with 2 seminars that were very interesting, and I would like to just summarize what the group said and how we incorporate certain additional aspects that have already been incorporated into the agreements. We have a lot of work upcoming, and we are going to meet on the 26th through the 28th here in Santiago, Chile, during the Statistical Conference of the Americas. And there are certain aspects that we have to discuss because this is the end of the end of the cycle of the chairperson of the conference, and we will have to renew that chair in September, and we will send you all the proposals for the executive committee and for the new chair. I am truly very thankful with all of you. This morning, we were skipping from meeting to meeting. This morning, we held a very interesting meeting about the group of friends of social statistics presided by a Latin American and Caribbean country. And we have 2 co-chairs, one representing one country, and out of in the 3 working groups, we also have the presence of another Latin American and Caribbean country. In that sense, we evidence that there is a lot of interest in everything that is related to household surveys and social statistics. I would like to thank all our technical colleagues. I would also like to thank the interpreters. I would definitely like to thank the support that was provided to us during these 2 days, and likewise thank our colleagues from ICTs that have enabled us to conduct this process via Zoom. And nowadays it's very easy, and everyone says, well, let's meet using this formula, but it does have its implications in terms of in technological terms. Unfortunately, we were able to hold this in a very positive manner. I would like to thank the whole team of the statistics division and the whole team that participated, Javier Mantero, Andrea, and all the people that participated in this project, in this event. And of course, Marco, I would like to thank you for all your
support that you have provided us from the chair of the Statistical Conference of the Americas and your team, all the support that you have provided us with so that we have enabling us to hold this event. So without further ado, I would like to thank you all. We'll meet up again soon. September will not be all that warm, but it will be autumn for those of you that are in the northern hemisphere, and spring for us. So we hope it'll be a very fruitful meeting. And likewise, I would like to thank the Secretariat of the Commission, Jimena and others, for their unconditional support, because they always provide their support. So Marco, I thank you, and I offer you the floor to end the meeting. Thank you very much, Rolando, for this meeting. I would likewise like to express my special gratitude to the whole ECLAC team, to the technical part, to the interpreters who have enabled this meeting via Zoom. So I would like to thank your whole team, and likewise all the ECLAC groups and all the countries. I would always also like to highlight a comment that Jose Antonio is writing there. He is saying that he will finance every single project that we may want. So we thank Jose Antonio for financing these projects that we have in order to strengthen ourselves. I would like to thank you, Jose Antonio. I'd like to thank you in advance. Well, having said this, well, Jose Antonio, you have turned your camera on. No, it's just so that you could see an expression of surprise on my part. It could be an interpretation mistake, but speaking seriously, we always thank you for your support. Now, yesterday and today, we have dealt with several very important issues. One of them, and I would like to touch upon a comment made by Miosotis a few minutes ago, that I believe gives rise to this comment that I would like to make. For me, the SCA and ECLAC must be our working space so that we can take the vision of Latin America and the Caribbean everywhere. I coincide with the need of highlighting the views of Latin America and the Caribbean in terms of indicators and the conceptualization of indicators, and that is the work that we have to increasingly undertake every year or year after year. The SCA becomes better in terms of its work. And this, of course, is closely related to the work that the whole ECLAC team does, because they provide us they support us in that work, but the strengthening of these work and of the SCA will enable us to achieve that, the consolidation of the region, and so that the region can have an increasingly stronger voice or louder voice in the work that we have to do, so that we can strengthen our national statistics systems. I believe that the issues that we have discussed, the use of administrative records, for example, where we saw how we are faring with that aspect, the relationship between different producers of this information that are not only from the public sector, but also the relationship with those of the private sector. And Uruguay, the Data Fest, has to precisely to do with that. How we begin to relate, how statistics officers begin to establish a closer dialogue with all these various stakeholders that are perhaps new. We're not perhaps fully accustomed to them, but they do form part of the fundamental challenge looking ahead. With Stefan, we were indeed discussing these issues. We have talked about data stewardship, governance, and the quality of data.
And he also mentioned something about the culture of data. I believe that that is indeed the work that we have to strengthen jointly. What is very important are the reflections on the World Data Forum that was held in China, but especially the World Data Forum that we're going to be holding next year in Colombia. And I believe that the World Data Forum this year, held in China, has left a very high standard, and Colombia will receive our full support. I speak on behalf of Argentina, and I believe of the whole SCA. Colombia will receive our full support in order to organize that very important World Data Forum, and we are available to help DANE and the program committee for that organization. So you can count on us for that support. I would also like to dwell on an additional reflection that we discussed today when we were talking about the study conducted by the IDB on human resources. That forms a fundamental part, I would say the most important part that our NSOs have, the strengthening of our human resources, the training of our human resources, the motivation of the human resources, and each one of the offices are, at the end of the day, what will enable us to continue to take additional steps, what will enable us to continue to strengthen and to overcome the various obstacles, difficulties, or challenges that we may encounter. I think it's very good for us to highlight this, to discuss this, and to hold an exchange among ourselves about the different tools that each NSO uses for motivational purposes, and for the training of our human resources that are so important. I don't want to take up much more of your time because we have practically run out of time. I would like to once again thank you all. We will soon be meeting in the SCA in Santiago between the 26th and the 28th of September, and I hope that we can all be present there face-to-face. Virtual meetings are very good. They bring us closer, but personal contact is always what ends up by strengthening us as a group. So once again, I would like to thank the whole group, the whole ECLAC group. I would like to thank all the delegations and all participants for their presentations, and thus we bring this meeting to an end. And when we're face to face, of course, I have a little hammer to signal the end of the meeting, but we thus conclude this 22nd meeting of the Executive Committee. So thank you very much for your participation, and we'll meet again soon in Santiago, Chile. If you want to, you can turn your cameras on so that we can all we can take a photograph. You all have to smile and be very happy with these two sessions that we have held. I'll allow the ECLAC Secretariat to take a good screenshot. Thank you very much, Rolando, once again. Thank you. Jimena, well, the whole team. Thank you very much to you all. Have you taken the snapshot? Yes, we have. Okay. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Bye, greetings. Thank you. May you all have a nice day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Saludos.
Saludos, José Antonio. Saludos a todos, Alexander. Thank you.
Greetings, José Antonio, and everyone.
Gracias por darme la oportunidad de presentar. Gracias.
Thank you for allowing me to deliver a presentation. Thank you.